Hello, Dustin Dude, LT Bago, and all my other viewers. Welcome to another stream. This is probably the last Polybridge stream that we'll be doing, which is exciting because we'll be moving on to other games soon. I think my camera can be down here for Polybridge. It was only Void Stranger that needed it to be in the corner. Apparently I'm dressed like a Pokemon. Yes, I'm just experimenting with different outfits, Dustin, don't mind me. So yes, we've played through all the normal worlds in the campaign, unlocked the secret world, and on the stream we completed this first level. I did complete 2 of the levels off stream. I'll just quickly show you these. And the reason I did this one off stream is because it's a bit awkward to... There's a lot of tweaking involved. You have this giant oil tanker, and you have to get it to this flag, but you can only build as far as here. So it has to do a jump at the end. Making a bridge strong enough for an oil tanker to do a jump is not an easy task. It just barely makes it. So yeah, that one was half an hour to build the bridge and then about 3 hours of tweaking to make it not break. So I went ahead and did that one off stream. Let me just get the music. As usual, let me know if the music is too loud, too quiet, too sideways. And then the other one I did off stream, because it's a hydraulic level and I hate hydraulic levels. I just can't figure them out. You start with this and you can't build any more roads, so you somehow have to stretch this out to fill the gap. And I came up with this, which I couldn't get it to click at the end, despite spending a lot of time trying, so I just managed to get something that was strong enough to work without clicking at the end. So yeah, those 2 are done, but I had a look through the rest of the levels and they should be doable on stream. I actually wanted to start with this last one because it looks like a lot of fun. It looks like something people might enjoy watching. You start with one of these guys again, except he's got a wheel balanced on top of his other wheels. Well, yes, you would have to make the roads completely straight, Dustin, that's the thing. I couldn't figure out how to do that without the bridge breaking, so in the end I gave up. This guy has a wheel on top of his wheels, which then rolls along in the opposite direction, but it falls off as he goes up the slope. And what I think you have to do is like build a road on top of that, like this, so that this guy can kind of drive up this tube. And then also somehow get it down the other side. I haven't thought about how this is going to work yet, but I start with this side. So I think you need to build something like this. And I don't know exactly how this needs to be adjusted. But maybe something. Maybe make these roads smaller as well, because it needs to be quite of a curve. I just thought this would be quite funny to watch once it's done. There's going to be a lot of steel to place now. I suppose not that much, because you can do this. And then support everything in the middle, I think. Maybe with cables. How are you doing, Dustin? How is your homework going? I know it's been something of an issue these last few weeks. Are you caught up? Are you still behind? You're done! Okay, that is good news. Now then, is this actually getting squashed too close, or is my bridge just bad? Okay, looks like it might be getting squashed too close. You're going to ditch one class. Okay, I guess that makes sense if you had maybe a little bit too much on your plate. Is this level going to be hours of tweaking again? Maybe it's not too bad. Yeah, okay, now it's going. So it's just a few roads that need adjusting here, I think. There we go. Now it's moving. Oop, no, it's not. Dustin says, you told your work you wouldn't have class that week, but it turns out you do. Oh, right, all your other classes are finished, and that one hasn't. Yeah, that's awkward. Yeah, maybe ditch that one class then, as long as you've still got enough credits to do what you need to be doing. So that hits that one. Is that because it's too close again? Ah, yeah, I think this is getting squeezed too close again. Oh, this is like flat here, isn't it? So these are going to need to be further in. That makes sense. You can't get an A in that class anyway, it will be a B regardless if you go or not. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yes, I was fortunate when I was at uni that I wasn't working at the same time as studying. Although I do have a big pile of student loan debt that I still haven't paid off. Over 10 years later. Okay, it's making progress, this guy. It's always this one piece of steel that breaks, no matter where it is on the bridge. Okay, I think it's just squeezing a little bit too close here. Not working at the same time. You have a place that lets you work anytime you're off school, so you told me you'd be done. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, that's true. You're not actually working while you're studying. Okay. We're getting there. Every time I run this, it gets slightly further. Does anybody pay off student debt? Says T-Paco. Well, presumably... The thing is, every month, £100 comes out of my paycheck. So, I am paying it off. It's also accruing interest. So it's not getting smaller very fast. You've paid. How did you afford that, Dustin? There's definitely no way I could have afforded. I mean, I basically had no money at 18, and my parents couldn't afford to cover the cost. Every semester is in like 2 to 3k. Yeah, I mean, mine was 9,000 a year, so it was only 2 to 3k a semester. I suppose if I'd worked, I could have paid it. What is really annoying for me is tuition in this country is, well, it is government subsidised, but not very much. It used to be heavily government subsidised, so tuition fees were capped at £1,000 a year up until like 2007. And then they suddenly went up to 9,000 a year cap. Right when I started uni. Oh, this doesn't. Yeah, this doesn't have an anchor here. This is why I need to actually keep this in place, so the bridge doesn't move around. So what my parents were planning was to be able to fund their children through uni, but then they couldn't. Because of unexpected tuition fee increase. Okay, now as I'm holding that top node in place, this is all moving around a bit. Okay, yes, your parents have paid a lot of it, that makes sense. As I say, that was the plan. I think maybe I'll just make this slightly stronger as well as trying to tweak it. Yeah, first 4 semesters 22k. That's reasonable. I know a lot of American colleges are stupidly expensive. Okay, so that one that's too tight. It's like, if I make it looser so that the bridge doesn't break, then the wheels start slipping. There's got to be a middle ground somewhere where it actually works. Okay, it breaks when it gets to... that one? Yeah, that one. There we go. Okay, how far does it get now? Yeah, see, it sort of stops here and gets stuck. Implying that this is too loose, but I've only just loosened it because it was breaking. Oh well, maybe I loosened it too much. Yeah, I suppose trade schools are different from, like, law school or something. There aren't really trade schools for software development, that's the thing, or at least there weren't when I was at uni. Maybe there are now. So I was studying computer science as an academic thing, not as a trade. I think maybe these need to be steel rather than cable, because this is going to be in compression at the top. Okay. You're not getting a full bachelor's degree, just associates. Yes, so I have a bachelor's degree. I have a Bachelor of Engineering. To be fair, it's never really been relevant. All the academic stuff I learned in my computer science course, I've never used in my career. I've only done software development, and to be honest, I knew I could program before I started my degree. I didn't. Our secondary school, your equivalent of high school, I didn't do any computer science or software development or anything because the course didn't exist in those days. It might do now. But I taught myself to program, and pretty much all the programming skills I actually use day to day in my job are what I'm taught myself. I would be just as good at my job if I hadn't gone to college at all. It's just they wouldn't have hired me if I didn't have a degree. So it's awkward like that. Okay, if I make that any closer, it breaks it, and if I make it any further away, it gets stuck. Maybe I'm going to have to use springs. I don't like using springs in Polybridge. Springs are janky and weird. Oh no, there we go. Right, okay, it gets to that one now. Do you have a bachelor's degree, T-Bagger? I've never really asked about your education. Okay, it's not breaking anything now, it's just getting completely stuck, so this is obviously much too close. Okay, not sure how I managed to build this bit so much closer than the rest of it, but somehow I did. Maybe my line was off slightly when I drew the curve. Okay. Maybe I'm just moving the wrong node, or maybe the road needs to just be... Maybe the road needs to be more curved here. Let me try putting 3 nodes in instead of just 2. Then I can adjust it a bit more carefully. There we go. Yeah, something like that. And I think at the top here my line was just off when I drew it. T-Bago had a bad time in school due to mental health stuff. Did go back and get some qualifications, but here with BTEC. Okay, that's fine. Yes, I also had mental health issues in school. And and ever since, but particularly in school. Being the wrong gender will do that to you. Yes, I did not have a good time at school at all. It wasn't because of studying. I'm fine with education and learning stuff and studying and all that nonsense. That part wasn't the issue. Okay, it seems like when I tweak this bit, it then causes it to break over here, which is interesting. Maybe I do need to just steal the whole thing to keep it in place. I mean, we've got $200,000 to spend on this bridge, so we don't need to worry about money, really. Let's do that. I think this would work a lot better with springs. You're probably right, Dustin, I just don't like springs. If I can't get it to work without springs, I will add springs. I mean, it got to here. Like, it almost worked. We are very close to it working. Let's try that. Yeah, look, see, it's literally just it gets to here and then this one road it doesn't like. Dustin is anti-spring. No, not anti-spring. It's just the thing with spring solutions is you tweak one little bit and then they don't work. Oh, you're a Polybridge 1 fan. Yeah, I don't like Polybridge 1. This is the thing. I realise that it's clever and that there's skills involved, but I don't like solving levels by dropping one road from a great height and having it glitch through the vehicle and send the vehicle to the flag. I don't like Polybridge 1 hydraulics. They were rubbish. That hydraulics in Polybridge 1 were just bad, and they fixed them in 2. And I don't mind springs, like, for... There are levels where springs work well. It's just... a lot of levels they don't. Especially, I don't like the Polybridge 2 spring levels. I felt like they were too difficult. There was too much of like a difficulty spike when you got to the spring world. Polybridge 3 handled that better, I think. Right, we're almost there now. We'll have done it entirely spring free. There we go. Okay, so it gets up to the start. Right, so we can't have this. We can't have this wheel fall off because if we do, then it's going to start driving the wrong way. So we actually need to continue the tube past this flag. But that's a bit easier to do now because it's going to be straight. So we just need to do this and then hold it in place. Which I think is just going to be triangles. As soon as a Polybridge boomer. Yes, I did like the first game, but then there wasn't. I mean, there have been other bridge builder games in the past. Like Polybridge was not a. Polybridge was not an original concept. Some of the more stunt-like levels were definitely more original, but there were other bridge constructor games before it. There was one that came out, I want to say around 2010. It was like a tech demo for NVIDIA graphics cards, so it only worked if you had an NVIDIA graphics card. And you know, it had wood, steel, road, and well, no, it had iron and steel. It had two materials to build bridge out. It had iron, steel, road, and cables. But it didn't have, springs or hydraulics or jump levels or anything like that. You were just building ordinary bridges. Okay, let's see if it gets to the start, and then I think about what I'm going to do at the other end. Okay, now fails here for some reason. Debergo says, I'm like that with a few games. Sequels are better, but there's always a place for older games. Oh, definitely, yes. Specifically, I think Polybridge 1, the level design was good. There were a lot of unpatched glitches, and the hydraulics were weird. 2 is fine. Polybridge 2 is just as good as 3, if not better. Because they did fix most of that stuff. It's just that I think they patched the glitches, and then the glitches were rediscovered, and then they sort of gave up at that point. I just, this game, I have some number 1 spots on the leaderboard, and I would not be able to have a number 1 spot on the leaderboard on 1 or 2 ever. Not just because it's an older game with more competition, but because the solutions are not bridges, they're glitch abuse. Okay, are you going to get stuck, or are you going to come along? There we go. Okay, it breaks there now. Okay, does it make it down the tube? It does make it down the tube. Okay, and then now we just need to get it to the flag. I don't think we need to build a whole curve here. I think we just need to get it to the flag. So we could just have like a catching road with the spring, I think. This is the sort of place where springs are useful. When you just want to catch it. So we do something like this. Then have like a spring here, maybe cable, and then spring. Something like this to try and catch it. Okay. Part of the problem is it's still attached to that wheel, so we're catching the wheel as well. More springs needed. Possibly also the road needs to be slightly longer. Maybe try and drop it off a bit earlier. Okay, yeah, now the wheel separates from the vehicle, which might make the catch a bit easier to do. Oh, it breaks. It'd be nice if we could stop the wheel somehow and just have the vehicle come down. I wonder if I can do that. Because we don't need the wheel now, we just need to yeet it into the flag. I added this and it caused this to break. How does that make any sense? Okay, that does not. I was hoping I could like detach the vehicle from the wheel. Okay, maybe that's not going to work. Oh, well, it works if the bridge breaks. I don't know, we had this working and then somehow we don't have it working and I'm confused. Seems like this has to be a lot flatter than the rest of it. Okay, let's put the spring just here and nowhere else. So I can't figure out why this bit doesn't work. Oh, the wheel is, yeah, the wheel is coming out of the thing, that's why. Yeah, we actually don't want a spring. Springs make it worse because springs let the wheel slip out of the from between the two wheels of the vehicle, which is bad. Yeah, see how there's a gap here? This gap is why it's not fitting. So we actually need to make less space before it so that gap doesn't open up. Yeah, see, if there's no gap, it comes through just fine. Now there's a gap though. Is it going to fix itself? Okay, it fixed itself. Yeah, I think we're just going to have the wheel along for the ride in our catching area. Which, yeah, okay, none of the wood broke that time. We just need to make this spring stronger. Let's go with a double spring. See if that's strong enough. But yeah, there are certainly game franchises where the older games are in many ways better. All the older games are just different, and some people prefer how the older games were. Okay, well, we've completed the level. We just need to sort this out so it doesn't break. Where am I on the leaderboard? Top 30%. Okay, so despite all this steel, this is not actually... This is one of the cheaper solutions. I suppose some people would have built a full set of supports on this side rather than a little spring catch. That's probably why. Can I just do like a rope here? Okay, now that breaks the road. Get this out of steel. And okay, just breaks that one. Let's make that one out of steel. There we go. We even get this wheel to the end as well eventually. So, okay. Rank 420 on the Unbreaking leaderboard. So that was fun. There's a couple of other levels that I thought would be good. This one I just can't get to work, by the way. I was doing it off stream. This one I'm dreading because it's a hydraulic level. You've got to take these 4 roads and using hydraulics, unfold them into a flat road. So I might do that one off stream as well. But this one looks fun to do on stream. You've got this road, and between them they are more than long enough to make a bridge. The tricky part is they've got to land down here somehow, and you can only build in the light grey area, so you can't just build something here, and you can't build any more roads. So I think this is going to be another spring level. Let's start with just making some supports. Can I? This is at a different angle, isn't it? Yeah, okay. To do this again. And then somehow this has to not break, because if I just let it go now, it's going to go, yeah, like that. So, what if I just stick some springs on here? What happens? It still breaks. Okay, let's try more springs. Still breaks. Let's try even more springs. This is one of the things with spring levels is if it doesn't work, it can be hard to know what to do other than add more springs. I mean, the section that's actually hitting here doesn't break. It's the bit in the middle. Maybe if we have a spring in the middle to let it flex a bit. Okay, that breaks. Maybe 2 springs here. Oh, there's no rope. It almost works. I feel like this could do with actually being lower. Excuse me. Something more like this. This bit doesn't actually help. It doesn't touch the edge of the land. But without it, this spring breaks. Okay, we need to have at least 2 sort of vertical springs here. So, like this. In order to spread out the load. We don't want just one spring taking all the load, otherwise that spring breaks. Okay, now these 2 are breaking. So move this one over more. Ah, that's actually collapsing in on itself, which doesn't help. If we put the spring there, it should stop it collapsing on itself. Put one here as well. And yeah, spring levels always turn into add more springs. Okay, none of the springs broke on this thing. This is still breaking. Maybe 2 of those are springs, that will help. But I'm conscious of the vehicle will need to drive on this bridge. Yeah, see, the vehicle's not going to be able to drive on the bridge if it's sagged too much. I wonder if I'll be able to make these pieces out of wood. I'm just thinking, I want to save weight on this bridge. The springs don't have to take as much weight if the bridge is made out of wood. Okay, that one's got to be steel. This is proving surprisingly difficult. Let me rethink the springs. I wonder if maybe the solution is to go over with the supports to leave more room for springs underneath. And then have something like this. Now there's more thickness of springs before you get to the actual bridge. Okay, yeah, well this definitely doesn't break. This still breaks in the middle. You can make this higher. And we were having one spring here, weren't we? Did this go any differently? Because now this spring will be compressing instead of stretching. Okay, it still breaks. Previously, with the supports on the underneath, this was in compression. This was in tension and now it's in compression. I'm not sure which springs are better at. I think they're equally strong for both. But I'm not certain on that. Okay, this just buckles. To hold it in place. I'd like to hold it in place with a rope, but there aren't any ropes. A wood might just break. Okay, no, wood does hold it in place. Maybe 3 springs. I'm not sure how you're supposed to dissipate this much force on the bridge. Okay, 3 springs hold, but yeah, then the roads break, which defeats the point of it. So let's go back to 2 springs. Probably design this bit better. What actually happens here? Okay, this bit misses the edge entirely, so that's currently doing nothing. Let's put that there. We want this to actually touch the edge, otherwise it's pointless. There we go. Everything sort of slides in one direction. So let's see if we can make it not slide around. Actually, maybe if this does miss the... If this misses the side, then maybe that keeps it in place better. Yeah, that actually is better, I think. Hello, the RE77! Welcome to Emma Fails at Polybridge. I feel like I need to have a vertical spring in the middle to stop it having like one axis that it can slide along. Something like that. Thank you for dropping by the RE and prepare for some abysmal Polybridge gameplay, as I just can't get this to work today. I thought this would just be a case of spamming springs and having it work. What's going wrong now? Still breaks. I wonder if I put some springs here, this could slow it down a bit. This on its own is definitely not going to be enough because the forces here are going to be huge, but this could slow it down just a little bit. To the point that it doesn't instantly shatter. If we put enough springs here. Let's do like 3. So between them, these should slow down the rest of the bridge. I don't want this to be spring because otherwise that will just extend and these springs won't do anything. Okay, yeah, eventually they will just push this out. Okay, yeah, so these are absorbing, definitely absorbing stuff. Right, so the middle didn't break. This is the first time this middle bit hasn't broken. So we have successfully, caught the bridge. It was very expensive, but we have successfully caught it. Now, does this middle bit, that's still at the vehicle drive. Okay, yeah, I had a feeling, you see how much it bends with one spring here? I have a feeling if you had 2 of these segments be springs, it would just bend too much. It doesn't look like this innermost spring is even doing anything. See if it works with just 2. Okay, it does work with just 2. Yeah, let's see if we can replicate that on this side then. So we need a thingy like this, but on this side of the bridge. I'm going to go with supports on top again for the same reason. That's a complex bridge. I mean, it's not that complex. You've got springs here, giant massive springs here, and a spring in the middle. This giant massive springs can almost certainly be smaller. I just haven't found the arrangement that works yet. I'm sure when I finish this, like the top leaderboard solution will probably be like $10,000, and it will just be like, if you place these 2 springs in exactly this position, then you don't need any more, and it just works. Or someone's found a glitch, and it's like, well, you build a road here, and it falls on the vehicle. The good thing about Polybridge 3, this is actually going back to what Dustin said. The one thing that Polybridge 3 does right is introduce restrictions on where you can build. I can't build up here. So I can't just drop a road on the vehicle. Even if that is a glitch that works, you can't abuse it. because I prefer to solve levels by building bridges rather than dropping roads on things. Okay, so that's that bit, and then we need to build some springs over here. Something like that. Let's see how that goes. Okay, so it didn't break. This broke as expected, so I need to put the spring in here. Let's see what happens with this. Okay, it doesn't break. So we've successfully caught both parts of the bridge. Now these two bits in the middle do need to line up so that the vehicle can drive from one to the other. It looks like the right hand bridge is just slightly too high at the moment. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's because the springs on this side are buckling. We want that to not happen. Yeah, this right hand bridge seems to experience a lot less force than the left hand one. I suppose it's at a shallower angle to start with. We need the two halves to end up at the same height for the vehicle to drive from one to the other. Yeah, this is folding in on itself. Put the spring that way. Hello, Five Crab. Welcome to probably my last Polybridge stream because I'm getting near the end of the campaign. Any levels I can't complete on stream, I'll just do off stream. We'll be introducing a new game to the stream soon. I have a few possibilities that I've shortlisted. Right, this almost works, but yeah, that's going to donk on there. Right, so we just need to drop the right-hand bridge slightly further so that the two are level. Hello, Little Lil 15. Welcome to Polybridge. I'm currently making my way through the secret world of the campaign. I've done, in no particular order, 4 of the 13 levels. I think I'm almost done with this one. Are you a Polybridge player yourself, Little Lil? Right. Need to wait for these to recover and see if they end up the same height. Well, actually, it's okay if the left one is slightly above the right one. I just need the... yeah, not to be below the right one. Okay. So it makes it across, but the transition isn't very level, so that breaks. You've never even heard of this game? Okay, no problem. Did you find me through one of the other streamers that I follow? But yes, this is a bridge building puzzle game. The premise of it is quite simple. You start off with the earlier levels. You've got a vehicle on one side, you've got a flag on the other side, and you need to get the vehicle to the flag by building a bridge in the middle. And the first few levels are just build a bridge in the middle, and then they get progressively more complicated until you get to things like this, where the level you're given is this. So these bits of road are pre-placed in this arrangement, and they're going to fall down, and you've got to try and absorb the impact of them falling and have this rather heavy roller thing drive across. So it's a physics-based puzzle game. I followed you. Okay. If I followed you, it's probably because somebody shouted you out on one of the many streams. I think I follow too many people to keep track of where I know people from. But yes, that's cool then. Thank you for dropping by. It is always appreciated when new people find me. In addition to this game, I stream other puzzle games, currently Dwarf Romantic and Void Stranger, and I also stream Scrabble. And I take viewer challenges from Scrabble, so people can challenge me to a game on stream. Current schedule is Scrabble every Saturday evening and puzzle games every Friday and Sunday, starting around 3 PM Eastern Time, and running for 4 or 5 hours usually. Okay, we got the vehicle onto this side of the bridge. Nothing's broken yet. That's the closest we've got. Now, it just sags a little too much here, and this piece of wood breaks. See if we just make that a steel. Then that breaks. If we just make everything stronger, it might not break. Nope, still breaks. I'm going to try adding another spring here. This support seems to be sagging a bit more than I would like it to. We only needed 2 springs on the other side, but maybe we need 3 on this side. Yeah, so this is sagging much less now. And we might actually make it. Yes, there we go. Okay, we completed the level. We got the vehicle to the other side. Once you've completed the level, the challenge is then build the bridge as cheaply as possible. So you'll see I've got a budget at the top. My budget is 96,000 and I've only spent 60,000 of that. So I am under budget, which counts as a successful solution. But there is then a leaderboard of who got it cheapest, and I spent 60,000. The number 1 spot on the leaderboard got it for 22,000. So less than half of what I did is actually necessary. But you then get this fancy little graph of all the solutions, and you can see that my solution is in the top 39% of all solutions. 668th place. So if I wanted to, I could go back and improve this. And off stream, I have been doing a lot of going back and improving of my solutions. My goal eventually is to try and get a solution that's in the top 1% of all solutions for all levels. These early levels are quite easy, as you would expect, and then the difficulty curve gradually ramps up. So I'm probably about 2/3 of the campaign now. I do have a solution in the top 1%. There are a couple of levels where I've actually managed to get the first place on the leaderboard. So I have the cheapest solution to that level of anyone. This is helped greatly by the fact that about 2 weeks ago there was a patch released where they changed the physics of the game, and they reset they reset all the leaderboards. So some people just haven't had to go. So yeah, there's currently 3 levels where I have first place. There were more, but people have gone back and beaten my scores. Hello, hello, you gorgeous human. Okay, that's. I've been called many things in my time, Ophelia, but that is not one of them. Hello, and welcome to the stream. Ophelia is another player of puzzle games, among other things, and I will always shout them out because their streams are amazing. They have a great vibe to them. They like to interact with their viewers a lot, and They don't play this game, but they do play Dorfromantik, which is another game that I play, and I will recommend their stream at any opportunity because they are amazing. So please do go follow Ophelia if you're not already. I don't think I showed off this this solution on stream yet. I didn't really have to do anything special in order to complete this. This is really just the first solution I came up with, and then I just spent 2 hours optimizing it to be cheaper and cheaper and cheaper until, yeah, this was absolutely as cheap as I could get it, and it's just barely enough to squeeze out first place from this guy, whose name I'm not going to attempt to pronounce. Aha, you are a fellow Ophelia enjoyer, Little Will. Well, that makes perfect sense. Okay, I'm glad to see you have such a good taste in streamers. Yes, I am also an Ophelia subscriber. In fact, I have a founder badge. So, Ophelia says, might not play it for a while because of the lag and because you want to get going with Space Pilgrims. There's a chance you might start Mass Effect next year. That would be amazing, yes. I will definitely be there for that. You could maybe do one stream, Ophelia, of the monthly challenge for Dwarf, because the lag won't be an issue with that. Obviously, because you're only putting 50 tiles down. Yes, no, I understand that. Yeah, maybe do one stream of the monthly challenge. And then take a break from Dwarf for a bit. I don't know if you are a Colo follower, Little Will. You might be if you come through Ophelia. But Colo has a pretty legendary Mass Effect playthrough that is worth checking out. And then, yeah, just, did I show this one on stream? Yeah, I showed that one on stream. Those are the only other ones I've got first place on at the moment. So, yeah, I've got 8 levels left to do on this campaign. I thought this one looked quite fun as well, so I might do this one on stream. So this one, you have 2 vehicles at the start. The first vehicle needs to get over to this side. The second vehicle actually needs to get down here. And you have this beam in the middle for support. This actually rotates. So if I start the simulation running, this is going to start spinning on its own. Yeah, vehicle's going to fall down there. So the way what they think they want you to do with this is you build something on the top of this to catch the first car. Then by the time the second car goes, this is flipped over. And I've got to build something on the bottom to send the second vehicle down here. So we'll see if that works out. LT Bago says 50 tiles, that's like a 50-hour Ophelia stream. Yes. There is some truth to that. But, well, Ophelia has done pretty well at the monthly challenges in the past. So I have every confidence in her ability to succeed at this one as well. I don't want to flex or anything, but if I just change my screen capture here, I currently have first place in the Polybridge monthly mode leaderboard as well. Over Luke. Luke is usually first place. He's probably my biggest competition for the Polybridge leaderboard, for the Dorfromantik leaderboard. And we were talking about it when the monthly challenge first came out. And Luke said 5.2k is definitely possible, maybe up to 5.5, but only with a perfect run. So I took that as a challenge and I went and got 5.6. And I've actually got 5.7 now, off stream obviously. He wouldn't mind to get closer to 5k. Yeah, so the thing about the monthly Dwarf Challenge, Ophelia, as you've probably already realised, is the tiles come out in the same order each time. So what I've been doing is once I got a solution, I would take a screenshot of that solution, and then I would look at it and say, well, if that tile was just over there, that would score more. And then I would go back and I would replay it, and I'd use my screenshot as a guide, and I'd put everything in exactly the same place as before, except I'd swap those two tiles over. Sorry, my hair is drastically misbehaving today. So I just sort of gradually got a better and better score, and I think I'm getting close to the limit now because I'm completing every quest except 2 that I think are impossible. And it's almost a perfect hexagon, so there's as many perfect placements as possible. Yeah, it does require a lot of patience, but you can get to 5,000 without doing that. You can get to 5,000 just by thinking about, okay, I know there's going to be this many field quests and this many voiced quests, so I'm going to arrange them so they all fit. Hi, Little Bill 15. Yes, it is very likely that I made some people follow you. At least I would hope they listen when I tell them how amazing all my streamer friends are. Well, I listened, Ophelia, because I am following Little Bill 15. I don't think I've ever caught one of their streams, but it does depend when they're live. Depends how busy chat is, but yes, it might take a while. I don't think it'd be good as you. Well, I would like to hold on to my number 1 spot, but I'd absolutely encourage competition. Amazing, Emma, you absolutely deserve this win. It would be nice for someone other than Luke to take the number 1 spot, perhaps, just for once. Maybe when this cold is gone and my brain works a bit better again. Yeah, Ophelia does not have the best luck with her health sometimes, and it's unfortunate, and I hope you feel better again soon. Little Lil, you've been lurking, but very nice to meet you. Thank you, Little Lil, and I will definitely try to catch one of your streams if you are. Let me just have a quick look at when you stream. Okay, yeah, I don't know whereabouts in the world you are, Little Lil. Oops, I did not mean to actually play your stream. It looks like you stream in the morning my time, from about 9 AM till 12 AM my time. So I might be able to lurk in your stream while I'm at work, but otherwise, yeah, I don't think I'd be able to catch you live. Sorry about that. Just time zones are a thing. Hello, Pro Stoic. Speaking of lurking for a bit, I suspect that's what you'll be doing. Welcome in. Ophelia says exactly what I said. Yes, I streams are most in the mornings while you work. Little Will says Netherlands up in the morning. Yeah, I do work full time, so like normal office hours, Monday to Friday. And I'm in the UK, so I'm just an hour behind you guys over in Europe, where I think both yourself and Ophelia are Europeans. But yes, if I get a chance, Little Lil, I will drop into one of your streams and say hi. You're tinkering stuff, but you're here to watch me poly the bridges. Well, it's probably best I stop talking and do some gameplay then. We were just talking about, yeah, this is a rather crazy level with a spinny thing in the middle. Here is the spinny thing spinning. And yeah, this first vehicle, it doesn't actually make it to the spinny thing, so I think the first step is to have some sort of jump here to give it the distance it needs. Ophelia says there are sometimes cats too, they want cuddles and camera time. Okay, I am a big fan of cat streams, or cats on stream. So you've definitely given me another reason to check out Little Lil's stream, for sure. Thank you, Ophelia. Okay. Hang on, did that hit the thingy or not? Yes, okay. Now it needs to catch this star, which means I need to catch it and maybe send it a little bit higher than it currently is, because it was driving under the star. So let's put some roads down. Something like that. Let's see how that goes. Okay, well it gets the star now. The next problem is it needs to get to this flag. And I think it might be falling a little short at the moment. Yes, okay. So, let's see if we can turn this into a jump. If we go like this or something. Maybe that will give it enough distance to get there. I think that supports it adequately. And oh yes, I was not expecting that to work first try. That was perfectly timed to just make it. So once that car's finished, then this second one goes. It's going to come down here. Okay, it missed its thing. So this vehicle needs to hit this green checkpoint, and it is jumping slightly too high for that. But that's okay. What I think we need to do is build something on the underside of this spinny thing to catch this vehicle. Obviously make it hit its checkpoint, but also then it needs to get down here. So we're going to have to build something, if I get my drawing tool out. Something that goes like that to send it over to the flag. Except that we need to build it when this thing is in this position. So it's going to look more like that. And we've got to visualize how much it's going to rotate to get it into the right place. So let's build something and see how close we are. Can this be one piece? Probably. Dustin says, did you ever do a second Wordle or a Bandle? No, I did not, Dustin. Because since it was your request, I only wanted to redeem it when you were here. We can absolutely do one of those today. I will head over to Wordle once I've finished this level. Assuming I finish this level within like an hour or so. If you'll be around, Dustin, to see that. If not, I can do it another time. Hello Y2J Twitch. Y2J Twitch are fellow Polybridge 3 enjoyers, although they're much more advanced at it than me. They're not satisfied with just completing the campaign. They've made it their goal to complete the campaign without using any materials other than road, wood and steel, which would be easy enough on this level, but makes some of the other levels very challenging. Y2J Twitch, let me do a shout out for you guys as well, because you're one of the, I think, underrated streams. Whenever I come to view you, there's only ever 3 or 4 people in there, but you guys put out great content. So what they do playthroughs of games, but with crazy challenges. So they do a Celeste split controller challenge, so one of them is moving and one of them's jumping and that sort of thing. They have a Legend of Zelda playthrough where you can't use certain items. They have a Hades blindfold playthrough where one of them is blindfolded and the other one is telling them what buttons to press, and that's one of my favourites. So yeah, give those guys a follow. And to answer your question of how the Polybridge 3 is going, I've unlocked the secret world and I'm making my way through it. I've also off-stream been doing some optimization, and I have a couple of #1 spots on the leaderboards now, which I'm hoping Minecat doesn't come and immediately demolish, but I'm sure he will. But yeah, I think we're doing alright with this one. The first part of it's going fine. This vehicle is jumping to the flag, but now... Okay, that is not the right place for that jump to be. Let's see if I can fix that. Dustin Dude says, I'm always here. Nice to know, Dustin, that you're lurking in the shadows. You used to do blindfold Mario Maker 100-man easy with friends, where one of us is blindfolded and let's say what to do. Yeah, that's very similar to what Y2J are doing with Hades. Y2J says, this is one of the few levels I've seen the budget solve on. It's interesting. Yeah, this is definitely not the lowest budget solution. For a start, you'd have to be using wood, not steel. But I'm going to start off solving everything casually and then go for budget. That's what I've been doing with other levels. With some success. I mean, I think I'm currently number 1 on 3 levels. Maybe that's a better place for that steel. Then this is going to come in here. Okay, maybe we want this to be a spring actually. Just to absorb some of the impact. I mean, it sort of absorbed the impact. This would also need to be a spring, otherwise that's pointless. Yeah, that road just instantly shatters. Definitely the way to do it. Also not sure if you care, it's just Jeremy here today, the context of who's here. Hi Jeremy! Yes, I was describing your channel with the two of you because obviously that's the content that you put out and that's what viewers can expect. Is there a way to just stop the second car's momentum as soon as it drives off so it just drops straight down? Not really. There's no hydraulics in this level. And there does need to be a jump here in order for the first vehicle to make it to this platform. But also, the green vehicle, it needs to make it to this checkpoint. This little green turning around thing. It needs to touch this before it touches the flag. So if it just dropped down, that wouldn't be a valid solution. So I do think it definitely needs to come across to this turny thing in some form. It's just getting it to come across. I need to rethink this this whole thing a little bit. I think maybe more like this, smaller roads. Yeah, this was obviously put in to stop people cheesing it by just dropping the vehicle down, I'm sure. See if that's anywhere close to good. Probably possible that the reverse beam makes me not expected. Yes, that's what I said, except more eloquently put. Okay, we get the checkpoint. We do break the bridge rather a lot. I would like it to drive round smoothly and not have its wheels in the air. I suppose the problem is, it comes in at that angle. We probably need a couple more roads on this thing as well. We've got a lot of money to work with, so that's not going to be a concern. Looks like the flipping upon hitting the CP is shattering the bridge. Yeah, that might be what's doing it. Yeah, we've almost got enough turnaround for it to get to the flag. In fact, we could have a catch here as well. That is a thing we could do. Probably with a spring. Just to get a bit more distance out of it. Something like that might be better than trying to extend this. Right, yeah, it almost makes it now. What exactly is breaking on this? Obviously, we do want to get unbreaking on every level in order to complete the campaign. So, oh, it's not actually hitting. I don't think it's actually hitting that first road now. The one with the spring that's supposed to absorb all the impact. Oh, it's just hitting it very, very slightly. But yeah, then it's coming in here with its full force. We need to make this slightly higher so that it takes some of the force. And then maybe we make this a spring? Okay, I mean it's not doing too badly, it's just breaking a couple of pieces. That road is breaking. I think maybe the angle on these roads is just too sharp for it to handle. Let's make it a shallower angle and shorter roads so that we can turn around in roughly the same space. It'll be more expensive, but if it works, it works. Maybe something like that. Oops. Thank you, Y2J. Yes, that emote was actually a collaboration between myself and my artist. My artist drew the emote itself, and then I animated it. Yes, all my emotes have the same artist, or the Emmas and the flowers. This is, let me just quickly. Yes, Mushloon is my artist. She actually streams herself as well, not so much at the moment, but she does modded Stardew Valley playthroughs. Heavily modded, as in literally like 300 mods loaded. And at the start of the stream, the challenge is actually getting the game to load. But she is an excellent artist. Is it a specific flower? You're not very botany-pilled. I don't think I've ever heard anyone use the term botany-pilled before. Yes, I am a botanist myself, not a professional botanist, in that I don't get paid for it. I'm just a volunteer. But I spend a lot of my summer evenings in a field looking at plants, just not so much in the winter. So this flower is not really a specific flower, the one that's animated. It's based on a common mallow, but it's not really accurate. These ones are specific flowers. So I'm based in the UK, and these are all British wildflowers, and they are some of my favourite British wildflowers. From left to right, you have red campion, meadow cranesbill, scarlet pimpernel, germander speedwell, primrose, harebell, and tormentil. And I am going to be ordering a couple more flower emotes for those who can't get enough of them. LT Bago is Welsh and has requested a daffodil, which will be coming as the unlockable 1000 bits emote. Conveniently, Debago already has cheered 1000 bits. And I also use my flowers as subscription badges. As you can see, Y2J Twitch, you have the 2-month badge, which is yes, that one, the Scarlet Pimpernel. Once my channel has been going a bit longer, the longer your channel goes, the more sub badges you unlock, because there's like a 18-month badge and a 2-year badge to unlock. So once that happens, there'll be a couple more flowers going into those as well. By the way, people who are interested in botany, I do have a channel point redemption, which adds a botany segment to the stream. The limitations of... Oh, there we are, we finished the level with a break. The limitations of being stuck behind a screen in the evening, at night, in the dark, in winter. mean I'm not going to be doing any real botany, but I can show you things, certainly. Right, yeah, so that's a completion. It's a completion with a break. I would like to not have a break. I didn't actually need this catch. It just launched it straight into the flag in the end. So let's try it without, and let's see. Okay, so that's breaking. So let's put a spring on that one as well. See if that helps the situation. It still breaks. Okay, and now more things break. Is this just too much of an angle for it to handle, or do we need a spring over here as well? This angle is actually quite sharp. Let me see if I can do something about that. This is a very fast, heavy vehicle to be turning around in such a small space. So there is a lot of force involved in this. Okay, that road didn't break. Okay, we had a break on that steel, but only right at the end. So if we just make this slightly shallower, we might get away with it. Okay, I think that was no breaks. For 52,000. Yes, okay. Top 34% of solutions. Somebody got it for... Okay, there's something cheesy going on here, I think, because like all the solutions are 20,000, 21, 21, 20, 20, 20, and then 10, and then 8. So these guys know something that nobody else does about how to finish this level. And yeah, I will go back and optimize it myself at some point, but let's see if either of them are willing to share their secrets. Thing I've got to be careful of here is this. Okay, this is pre-physics update. So this 8,000 here is not the 8,000 that you see on the leaderboard. But something similar might still work. Okay, so we have a cheap little thing there. Do they just get this to work by donking on the side? Oh, okay. You might not be able to see that very well on stream. What they've done is they've stopped the white car just before its flag, and they've made it take a really long time to get to the flag. They made it take so long that by the time it touches the flag, this beam has rotated so far that the green car can just drop onto the beam, which is now upside down, and then just roll off. So the green car doesn't go until the white car finishes. Delay the buggy long enough, you can just either get to bounce or roll the second car. Yeah, so absolutely no bridge required to get the second vehicle in. That is very clever, I have to say. I don't think I'll be getting the #1 spot on this leaderboard, but if I ever want it, I'm going to have to come up with something like that myself. This is actually cheaper as well. The solution that has a replay is 8,900, so... Evil Homer has managed to save an extra $400 on top of that, so who knows what they managed to do. Always found Polybridge budgeting interesting and neat. Haven't cared to do anything for Polybridge 3 yourself. Yeah, I think you and Dustin do have a lot in common there. Dustin was very into 1 and 2, but not so much 3. You guys have been doing a lot of Polybridge 3 gameplay, just it's all been like Roadwood Steel. Yes, you, Dustin. Earlier in the stream, you described yourself as a Polybridge boomer because you liked the first game best. I didn't like how the hydraulics worked in the first game. The hydraulics were a bit rubbish. And I don't like the extent to which falling roads can be abused to solve everything really cheaply. In 1 and to a lesser extent 2. I like the fact that Polybridge... One of the good things about Polybridge 3 is it often restricts where you can build in the level, which means you can't just do falling road cheeses, even if they do work. But yeah, I played 1 and 2 as well, and I enjoyed them, so I understand. I never competed for leaderboard spots on 1 because I don't know if it's still the case, but at the time that I played Polybridge 1, the top score on every leaderboard was $0 because of glitch abuse. And it doesn't really feel fun competing against a $0 glitch abuse score. Especially since I believe the glitch that allowed them to obtain $0 solution was actually patched, but they were still on the leaderboard, which is a bit silly. Haven't played Polybridge 1, but you like 2 and 3 a lot. Yeah, if you're used to 2 and 3, you probably don't want to go back to 1 because you'll discover that hydraulics are bad and the leaderboards are glitched and so on. The level design is quite fun. I think 1 and 2 had good level design. 2, I didn't like the way Polybridge 2 introduced springs. I thought the difficulty curve ramped up a bit too much with springs on 2. The fact that you could adjust spring tension on 2 made it a bit unintuitive what you had to do. I think 3 getting rid of adjustable spring tension was a good idea. Y2J, that's true. If you're going to do the Roadwood Steel challenge, then absolutely you can play Polybridge 1 because you don't have to worry about the hydraulics. Hydras are fine. What are they different? They're the same between 2 and 3, Dustin. They were very different in 1. 1, they were not very good. They were not nearly as strong. Even a very simple bridge would have a huge amount of wobble in the hydraulics when they were operating. Playing Polybridge 1, there was falling road budget solutions, but also some levels uncheesable. Yeah. When I played it, every level had a $0 top solution because somebody found a glitch. I think it was Eunice, somebody who'd found a glitch. So that wasn't fun. Anyway, enough talking about old games. I probably won't play Polybridge 1 or 2 on stream because there's just a bit too much more of the same content. But I do encourage people certainly to check out 2 if they like 3. I would still buy 3 first if you had to choose one of them. But if you like it, get 2 as well. Maybe not 1. But it was fun back in its day, when it was all we had. So the way this works, we have to get this blue forklift to its flag. We have to get this red forklift to its flag, which means they've got to cross over each other. I mean, these are the paths that these vehicles have to take. And there's no hydraulics, so there's no moving bits of bridges out of the way. So what I think we have to do, this whole section of bridge has to be like hinged here, so we'll have a support here. This whole section will be hinged. We'll need to lift up when this vehicle drives under it. Likewise here, when this vehicle drives, there'll need to be a pivot here, and this whole section will have to hinge up. And these hinged up sections will have to still be able to take enough weight for the vehicles to drive on them. So we'll probably have to have something here, and then like a rope here supporting it, and then something here and a rope here supporting it. Yeah, this is what I'm visualizing as the solution for this level. Let's see if that's anything close to what we can do. Y2J says, this level was annoying for us. Hopefully you have a better time. Rope and spring should help. Yeah, so you guys were trying to solve it without rope and spring, and also without foundation. You do get 2 foundations on this level. So the sort of the 2 flaps that are going to move out the way, this bit of road and this bit of road, supporting those, certainly supporting them by rope, possibly using springs as well, will make it a lot easier because first, the ropes are lighter than wood and steel, so that means it's easier to push them out of the way. And they can take more tension, so it's easier for them to fall back down again. First thing I need to establish is where the pivot needs to be, because how tall is this vehicle? It's like 2.5 meters. So it can fit under here, but it can't fit under here, so yeah. This section is what needs to lift up. Also, we should probably arrange for this to be better aligned. But yeah, basically, so everything here can be fixed in place. Everything here can be fixed in place. And then this needs to move. Okay, let me start building some bridge. Let's do underneath support here. Yeah, I think you guys actually, Y2J, haven't even completed the levels casually. I think you've just done them using the road wood steel only challenge, which is quite impressive. Maybe this is probably not the most cost-effective way of doing it, but let's just do that for now, and then let's put a little bit like this here for that bit. Let's go ahead and support the rest of this because this won't be moving. I do get a foundation, so I could put a foundation here to help with the support. It's obviously going to be much more expensive. I think I might put a foundation here, and then if I get a working design, I'll then, when I go back and optimize it, I'll remove the foundation and try and brace it against the walls. But just to get an idea for what works, let's have a foundation here. And I'm actually going to get rid of this bit for now, and I'm just going to say, can I get this section of the design to work? In other words, can I get this forklift to lift up this bit of bridge without breaking? So I was going to have a thing there, be a cable here, and then support this section with, make it out of wood so it's cheaper and lighter, and then support it with cable. Let's just see what happens when we run this. Okay, right. First problem is it doesn't actually fit under there. I think maybe the best thing to do is just adjust the road so that it does fit under there. Okay, it now fits under, it's just breaking, that's breaking of all things. We probably want this to be a little bit less connected to that. Let's put that there. And just have a little bridge like that there. Okay, these roads are now under a lot of stress because they're supporting that. Let's do this. So the force goes this way and this way rather than into these roads. Let's also sort out this piece is in the wrong place. Like that. Okay, so it gets here, and then just when it wants to lift this up, it's just not managing it. We can actually probably get away with only lifting up 3 segments of road instead of 4, which will be lighter. If we ramp this up so that this touches here, yeah, lift up just 3 segments. Okay, still not doing it. This breaks. I've played some since. Oh, yes, of course, you helped test this, didn't you? So you did play somewhat normally on the ones you tested. Josh never did any levels normally. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So this is, let me just check. This isn't hitting the joint, is it? No, it's hitting here, and then, yeah, trying to push up from literally here is going to be difficult. Let's lower these roads, have it go along for a bit, and then. So it's, when it does try to push, it's pushing from like the centre of this. I think that would be better. So we'll move all this down a bit. This is quite, yeah, this has 25 horsepower. So this is really powerful. It's slow but powerful, which means we can do a fairly steep road. And I think this sort of thing is easier if it's pushing up from further along like this. Yeah, so it doesn't start pushing until, there we are. Okay, so it did start pushing, it just, yeah, this broke. What broke first? Okay, that actually broke first. Let's support this from the middle. Might have to make it out of steel, but I'm hoping I can make it out of wood because then it's lighter and easier to push. Okay, that broke. Make this is in tension, so let's make it out of cable. What broke? Oh, this broke still. Yeah, because everything's sort of interconnected, the vehicle trying to push everything to the right is pulling on this road, which is annoying. So look again at what it's doing. Yeah, see, it starts to move, just then it doesn't have much fun after that. Let's really try and cut down on the weight of this. What if it's literally just 3 cables? This is really expensive, but it means this now doesn't weigh anything at all, hardly. Can it push? Okay, yeah, see, it can push the 3 roads out of the way. It gets stuck on them, unfortunately. This is not ideal. This is not what I was aiming for, which is why we need some amount of rigidness here. Cables like that. We want this to flex as one piece and not bend, and get the forklift stuck. These stupid... Okay, it sounds like Y2J Twitch has experienced much of the same pain as me. Okay, can I just like do cable like that? Is that a thing? Okay, let me steal this. Maybe make this taller. How much is that a thing that I can do? Okay, now that breaks again. Okay, I'm going to stick a little spring here so that this isn't actually attached to the end of the bridge. Just so that this has some give in it. There. Now that should be less likely to break. Yeah, this... Oh, the cable is breaking. That's not good. Let's make this bigger. Breaks. Okay, let's try it. Let's actually try having this as 2 independent halves. So this goes down to here. This can be cheaper actually. Look like that. And this is supported by the foundation. Like that. Dustin says, you try getting a forklift license, bro. It's harder than it looks. I mean, certainly if I was driving a forklift on a bridge like this, I would want proper training. Okay, now the road breaks. It's getting there. Okay. And it just... This is maybe just a little bit too steep for it? I don't know. Whoever's driving this one should have their license revoked. I mean, in fairness, yeah, we are expecting them to do this. Okay, right, we have succeeded in getting through there. That's the first half of the level done. Now we've got to somehow make the same thing work on this side, and also we haven't tested yet whether this is strong enough to hold this other forklift. But we're making progress. So now we're going to build this, and we're going to probably unfold. Yeah, again we want to arrange it so we only have to unfold 3 segments. This is forklift is this tall. Yeah, currently we would have to have 6, which is obviously far too much. So we're gonna continue on our fairly steep trajectory here. Well, it needs to, in 3 segments we need to get this high, so like that, and then we can obviously come like this. We're going to need 5 pieces here. This will need lots of support because that's where it's going to pivot from. This is just going to be bridge, and we gonna have something like this again, holding this up and anchored. Last time I tried to anchor it to the bridge and it broke, so I'll anchor it over here. And then we'll also have some bridge here. I'll do the bridge there in a minute. I'm going to start by just seeing if this vehicle makes it. Now the trick is we're not going to be able to connect these 2 pieces because this is going to need to move out the way. So I've got to get this. This is the crucial part. I'm going to have 4 roads here that are all going to be touching each other in roughly the same place, and none of them can actually touch. And you can't, in Polybridge, you can't get things arbitrarily close to each other. These joints sort of have a width to them. This is the closest together you can bring 2 nodes if they're not going to touch, which is actually quite a distance in reality. Let's try something like that. Hope that's good enough. Let's replicate what we've got on that side. And what I'm testing at the moment is, can the red forklift actually drive up this? No, it's going to sag. Oh, this didn't do that because of gravity, but this one is at a different angle. So actually we need to do that. Oh, this actually breaks. I didn't notice that. I would like for that to not break. That would be nice. Okay, it doesn't break now. So when this drives onto here, yeah, okay, it collapses. Maybe just make this double steel for now. And let's just make this into a bridge. Actually, that could be that. Sort of mirrors what we've got over here, except here I had to make a little spring just to disconnect that road from the end. I don't know if I'll need to do the same thing over here. Okay, so it makes it on there without anything breaking. Okay, then it breaks. This should be an easy fix. Just make this bigger. Okay. No. Why, of all bits, is this the bit that causes the problem? We're going to be very close to budget here, but it's working. Okay. We are halfway through the level. Now we need to get the blue forklift across. So we need to put a road here. And we need to jiggle all of this around so that the gap here isn't too wide. Then I'll have to retest the red one, but never mind. Somehow the blue one needs to make it through as well. I might actually need to cross the roads over each other so that we're not relying on... I need to not have all 4 joints intersecting in the same place, basically, because that causes problems. So I think I need to actually cross these 2 roads over each other. Like this. Although not like that, because then that can't lift that up. This needs to cross over this. So this is already as long as it can be, so this needs to come back. This needs to be steeper then, that's annoying. This can be longer. Yeah, this middle bit is going to be the most annoying part of the whole design. I can sense that. This can just be a bit longer and still be high enough. So that this can be longer. So that this can extend down below this road. Yeah, so this can drive on here. And then this one will just have a little bit more road to lift up. That's okay. And then hopefully this gap is now small enough that a forklift can hop over it. Do I actually? I probably don't need all these roads. No. Okay. Let's do that again, except straight. And all of this is going to be fixed in place. Right, can this still do its bit? No. Okay. I was afraid of that. This probably is gonna hit that. I might actually try and shift this whole thing along a bit. Just to give me more options with this awkward bit in the middle. I can bring that to there. Yeah, that might help. Oh, right, now that's doing that. Okay, it wasn't doing that before. Now it is. How do we make it not do that? Like that. Okay. Yeah, we need both. So I've had to offset these two intersections of the two joints. So this bit here, this and this can't be on top of each other because, as I say, you can't get joints right next to each other. So there wouldn't be space to have all four of those meeting at a point. So you still make it up. Now, how does the blue one do? First of all, did I get this pivot in the right place? It doesn't hit the pivot. Again, it's hitting this quite high. I might have to drop these roads down and have it come up from an angle. Let's try that. For the same reason that this had to come up from an angle. Oh, he's dropped his box. I don't think you lose the level if the forklift drops the box, but might get the operator fired, I don't know. Yeah, box is gone. Okay, so it's hitting there, which is reasonable. Yes. Yeah, as I say, I don't think you lose the level if that happens, but it should. I think for a perfect solution should have both forklifts get there without losing it. The first one manages. Oop, now this breaks. Okay, that's annoying. Can this be... okay, yeah, that's a lot easier. I think it might flex now. Yeah, this guy just loses his box. Okay, now this guy is doing this thing that I mentioned. Is a problem on this level. How do we have him not do that? Maybe just adjust the point where it hits the bridge. Just move this down so that it hits here further. I think it's because it's hitting it at a pivot point. If it hits it in the middle, it might not do that. now that breaks. Well, it carried on, but it went down here. What actually broke there? Oh, the other bridge broke. Because, yeah, it's going to come slamming down onto the other side. Breaking it. Yeah, okay. How do we have that not happen? I think this needs to be one rigid thing, which means this needs to be steel. It's just that it was break. Okay, it's not breaking now. Okay, that goes up. Stop getting your fork stuck on the thing. Yeah, this is not working. Let's try changing the angle of this, maybe helps. Just makes that break. This is statics actually, so we can just let's just attach all this together into one big thing. None of it should be moving. I still want to keep this joint separate because it's taking a lot of force. But, yeah, we're getting towards our budget limit here. Let's still trapdoor with more cables. So what I found, Dustin, was if it's all cables, then I need this to stay in a rigid line. If it was all cables, what happens is the road sort of folds up like this, and then the forklift gets its fork stuck in the fold. I'm going to have to make this cheaper somehow. Let me just redo this quickly. Because I need budget free to experiment with the rest of the bridge. It's not even much cheaper. Oh well. See if it works. Okay, it works. That piece breaks. We even need that piece. What if we support this from down here? And this from up here? And just do it like that. Let's try that. Okay, yeah, now that needs to be strengthened. Okay. Oh, that... Did that break? Oh, is this where I'm going to need a spring at the end again? Yeah. This is... it's not a good solution, but I'm going to do it because I can't be bothered to try and solve it a different way. I'm going to put a spring here. Do the same thing I did at the other end. Have these not directly connected, so that the whole bridge isn't trying to pull it over. Okay, I guess that road doesn't have much support at the moment. Oh, that, why is that flexing? Is this not close enough to the wall? Yeah, that was flexing at the start, that probably didn't help. I'm going to go back to the design of having this just be a reinforced steel piece. This, we really should be able to support this like this. I can't remember why that didn't work. Maybe because this was too much of an angle here. So let's smooth these roads out. Really wish they picked any vehicle besides forklift for this one. They're the worst pick for trapdoor levels. I mean, it is the secret world, so maybe they intentionally picked a forklift to make it as difficult as possible. Okay, this whole thing is now moving because of that spring. So I should at least have a piece here. Just trying to get it cheaper so that I have room to work with if I need to make changes. So that hits there. That immediately puts too much stress on this. So we need to convert this to... This is going to put us over budget, I think, almost. Even though it's supported on this side as well, it can't take that amount of stress. Okay. How about a full set of supports under here? So this is... I started off with that here, and then I had to make a gap and have it be supported from the two sides. And now I seem to be doing the opposite. Okay, that broke. Let's just not have that. Let's do it this way round. Road broke. Okay, let's just... I'm going to try making... Let me actually rotate this round as well. I'm not sure if where is best to have the pivot on this, but let's have it here. This is over budget now, but maybe I can get a working solution over budget and then save money on it. Okay, I mean that's as light as it possibly can be, and it gets stuck. See the problem if see Dustin was saying how about less stable trapdoor and more cables. If you make the trapdoor entirely out of cables, the road flexes, and when the road flexes, the forklift gets stuck in it. Let's try bringing this up a bit. At the very least, these last two segments can't be, have to be rigid rather, because otherwise the fork of the forklift just slides into here and gets stuck. Okay, and if I just do that, it doesn't actually work because, yeah, because of that. So then the whole thing has to be rigid. I suppose maybe that this could be cable and then this. I don't know. This level is annoying. I mean, this is actually, although this road is flatter than this road, this is at an angle. So this is actually coming at this at a much steeper angle than this. And it seemed like steeper angle made it easier, but maybe that's not the case. But I need it to not hit right at this node as well. That broke. Sorry, I realise this is not good content, but I didn't realise this one would be so difficult. I'm just going to force it to not meet it to do it. This is probably a bad idea because it's going to cost more and way more. I don't want it to meet it at the meet it at a joint. Okay, this can't be flexible, so then it has to be steel, which is heavy. Okay, that breaks. So what is this one doing that the other one isn't? Comes along here. It means it's about that angle. Yeah, it touches it between two joints, not on a joint. And it meets it at about that angle, which is... oops. About 30 degrees. Okay. I'm going to reconstruct this and try and get it to be at 30 degrees. And to touches like 2/3 of the way along the first point. So 30 degrees from this is this angle. Okay, which is pretty much flat. Okay, let me put this back to being flat. I'm just going to try and make this side as much like the other side as possible. It can't be the same because this is inherently at an angle, so gravity is acting differently. Try and make it as similar as I can. I mean, I've got two foundations. Maybe they expect you to need a whole second foundation just for it to work. I'm not sure how you would use that second foundation. Drink water and stretch coming in from T-Bago. Okay, let's do that. Thank you. Drinking water now. And stretching. Oh. Ow. 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 I should really start stretching before the stream so that it's easier to do on the stream. Yes, well, you would have done. It's just ASMR here with Emma. Cracking noises. Oh. That wasn't me, that was my chair making that particular cracking noise. Oh yeah, I need a piece here, otherwise this whole thing moves because I put a spring here. Okay, so this, where is this hitting? Okay, yeah, it's not hitting 2/3 of the way along this, it's hitting near the start. So this needs to be lower, but it needs to be the same angle. So this needs to drop down, and then it needs to go flat again, in order to make it as much like this one as possible. Hello, Pleblu. Welcome to Emma struggles horribly with Polybridge for some reason. Okay, now this can't be completely flat because there's a joint here. But I'll make it as shallow as I can. We're aiming for the top of the forklift to hit this bridge about here. Okay, which it is now doing. So that's just replicated the other side about as closely as I can. Let me replicate this design as closely as I can. I think we decided this can't be cable because it sags. Can I make it not sag? If I put it in the right place. Okay, yeah, that doesn't... Okay, it does sag, but it somehow still gets there. Maybe that's the answer, I don't know. But it's going to make this funny. When it plonks itself down, it breaks things. So this needs to be arched up more. Okay, it still makes it. Let's see how the second one does. Still loses its box, by the way. Okay, no, it's still breaking everything. Let's just make this piece into a double. Okay, this is about as far as we've got. Now, is it going to sit down or is it going to get stuck again? Looks like it's going to get stuck again. Well, eventually it'll get free, but then it's just going to break this. Which means we need to change how this is supported, which means we need to... Then the first forklift probably won't make it. This level is annoying. So can the first one make it through something like this? Okay, just barely. Okay, now it doesn't make it through that. I could arch this slightly, I suppose. Okay. This bigger. I don't know whether I should be trying to make the bridge work with this vehicle slamming down on it, or whether I should be trying to stop it from doing this. Either way, it doesn't work. That breaks. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to get it to stop doing that first. How would I stop it doing that? I guess just make it tip back less. Make that lower. Need to make it not want to tip back when it hits the bridge. Okay, there we go. It's not tipping back. And okay, still breaks that. How do I not break that? Maybe if I support this more like that. That could also just make the whole thing flop over. It is close, but it's also not working. I feel like it's not... I don't want to say it's close until it actually works. Okay, this breaks. We can make this double steel. We are going over budget now, so even when it works, we've still got to save money before we can count it as a solution. Okay, that caused this to break, of all things, for no apparent reason. Okay, just the wheel of that touching. Make that very slightly higher and hope that doesn't happen. Why on earth does this break now? Okay, let's double that up. Okay, that doesn't break. Now $4,000 over budget. That breaks because it's supporting the extra weight of that. Yeah, see, it's just a vicious circle. Every time you fix something, something else breaks because you've used extra weight fixing the thing that was broken before. That just straight up dies, doesn't even get started. I suppose we could flatten that out a bit. Okay, now that fails again. Oh, because I removed this support. I need to redo this somehow. This bit's okay how it is. This I think needs to be doubled through to there because this is, and it's supporting, it's the same force going through. This just seems to be under a huge amount of force for some reason. I mean, if I put another foundation in, it's literally just so far over budget, I'm never recovering from that. Can I move this foundation over and redo this? Just so that this foundation can help more with the support of this side. That can be a single piece of steel now, and then something like this. There's an arch. Yeah, this would be cheaper the other way on, but this transmits the force directly into the foundation instead of into the rest of the bridge. That's not going to work like that. Why is this? Does this literally need to be right up under here, maybe? No, that's sliding when I create it. Yeah, when I start the level, this whole thing is sliding. But I put... Yeah, this doesn't help either. I don't know how to do this bit. Honestly, I don't know how to do it. The idea of making it stronger is putting two pieces of steel next to each other, and if that doesn't work, then your design is wrong and you need to rethink it, because there's no point in the game where it asks you to support more force than two pieces of steel in this configuration can hold. Now these roads are going to break. And the only solution to that is to move this foundation back that way, which then causes problems over here. Let me try putting this further down. At this point it would have been almost cheaper to use two foundations. Yeah, okay. This here, this here. This is about the same price. I'll try and save money afterwards. We really want to have it on the pivot point. Might allow us to save money here. Let's do this over now that we have the foundation here. Let's try and get all the force coming down into the foundation. And this, yeah, these two joints are both static, and this should all be connected into one thing, I think. Okay, and it immediately breaks. Of course it does. Why would it not? I guess we do need a piece there. Yeah, T-Bago, I'm just not convinced I'm ever going to complete this level. I might. It's a bit annoying if I have to go back and complete this off stream after all this. Okay, vehicle makes it to the end, but we are $15,000 over budget. Yeah, and somebody has done this for 17. Okay, this guy can just go F themselves. No, I have no idea how that happened. I am in the bottom 2% of solutions. If I look here, I can probably find Y2J around here somewhere. They're usually found lurking in the bottom 2%. Actually, no, you didn't use foundations because you couldn't. So your solution is probably better than this. Yeah, you'll be higher ranked than me. You didn't even use half of this materials. Okay. You're under budget. Yeah, I think I'm going to be barely under budget as well. I might still find you on the leaderboard. We'll see how it goes. Okay, that's 13,000 over. I just don't think I can remove either of these foundations now. Obviously, your design didn't have foundations in it. See if this is... no. Maybe this should be tension, actually. Does this perform better if it's tension? No. It doesn't perform better if it's tension. Why would it? Put these two back to being completely independent of each other, see if that helps. I had to just randomly make that a double steel one time for no reason, so let's see if it still has to be. Okay, this does not like being supported like this. Yeah, but trying to put this through the foundation hasn't actually worked. The force is still coming this way. Yeah, look at that. So this foundation is doing almost nothing to help with the red forklift. It should be helping with the blue one. This is more expensive than... No, it's not more expensive. Okay. Sorry, this is just an incredibly frustrating level. I have had enough of it. Well, you can obviously get rid of both foundations because the top score is 17,000 and foundations are 13,000 each. This is costing me 19,000. This is costing me 17,000. So obviously you can do it without them. But it's all very well saying some amount of change, like some amount of changing supports describes the entire game. So yeah, I'm not obviously do it with changing supports. Does this need to be 2 steels? That broke. It actually broke. Shouldn't all the hanging parts of wall braces be rope? No, Dustin, because that inexplicably makes a completely different part of the bridge break. Obviously. How did you not see that coming? Okay, it's not a failure mode I've had before. Okay, yeah, that whole thing can now rotate, which is a problem. Yeah, I haven't played a level where bracing against a foundation with a steel at 45 degrees wasn't enough to support a road. There just isn't another level like this in the game, I think. I'm trying to save money on my compared to my previous design. I realise adding more bits would work. I mean, if anyone has a better idea for how to solve this, then do let me know. I'm all ears. I don't think it says who made this level. No, I don't think it tells you who made it. Maybe it was a beta testing thing, Dustin, and it was removed in the release version. Okay, this has started wobbling again. That's no good. This can't wobble, otherwise it doesn't work. So this needs to be at least there. I want to just do that, but it's too expensive. Maybe, in fact, the foundation wall does need to be here. This bit is harder than supporting the top bit. Understand why that road is stressed. Okay, go back to my road unbreaking. I asked in the Discord, and Tony beta testing designed it with B2, so the best guess is Green Gun guy who designed this from the original. Yeah, I don't care who designed it. I don't want to blame somebody. I mean, clearly it made it through testing, so whoever tested it thought it was reasonable. I mean, I'm obviously just doing something wrong. There must be a better way to do this. I just don't know what it is. Why are these roads stressed? Why are those roads stressed? Is it like the whole bridge leaning on them or something? Oh, right, because that. Yeah, but it costs money to make it rigid. I'm going to have to get it to work like this. Because that's the only way I can make this cheap enough, I think. Let's... If I just lower all of this, I can save some money maybe. Now that that's not... Yeah, and I'll just have to worry about the other bit later. Try and link these together again and see if that helps. I'm ignoring this bit. This is more expensive than my solution that had the thing there. Why does this break? Okay. Calm, Emma. I'm going to put a foundation like here and then just have two really overbuilt arches, and maybe that will work out cheaper. It's only using one foundation. Yeah, like no other level in the game fails if you have a separate piece of steel connected to every node. It's just not. It's obviously not the best. The challenge comes in making it a cheaper solution than that. Yeah, this is just going to work out more expensive than before. Even though I've only got one foundation now. This is still stressed. I don't know why I have to keep flipping back and forth between this being this and this not being this. Okay, that's stressed because the force of this is mostly being transmitted through there. Okay, does that mean it's not being transmitted through here? Yeah, this is just not, needs to not move. Is this enough to make it not move? No. Yeah, we're getting that again. Why is this breaking? Is it just that much force? Because all of this is going down here now, I guess. What about if I do that? break. This gets stuck because I changed this. Still get stuck. Now this is too heavy for it to lift. Okay, we're going to have to make this out of two. What if I do something like this direct to here? Try to support the rest of it by going round. That breaks instead. Still 7,800 over budget, and I'm not complaining about the budget, by the way. I don't think just increasing the budget on this level by 20,000 would have been the right thing to do either. This is obviously cheaper if I lift it up. There, I can do that. Nope. Does this need a wall brace? Okay, that doesn't need a wall brace. Usually I understand the physics of these bridges, but I don't understand the physics of this one at all. I just don't understand why it's doing what it's doing. Needed. No, this needed. This needed. Probably needed for the other one. Yeah. Wood. Try some cables to ropes, that might be an easy shave. I thought none of the cables could be ropes. Let me just try if any of them can be. Nope. Nope. No, okay, none on that side. Have to wait a bit longer for these ones. Okay, that one can be rope. Suppose these two are sharing the load, maybe they could both be ropes. Throughout this. No, although worked with that as cable before. Okay, this one has to be cable still. not seeing Y2J. You saved more than $400 off the budget. I feel like your steel diamonds always had a wood in the middle. Yes, you're right, Justin. It's just it was effort to switch to the wood tool and back every time I wanted to make one. Also, that only saves like $200. I need this entire steel. Clearly, given the budget, you're not supposed to use either. You're not supposed to use the foundations, or you're not supposed to use all this steel. But the reason this is so low is because this arch is actually like supporting the stresses of this road. So I don't think it works if I just move this up. And yeah, that only saves $200 as well. This would make it under budget. Yeah, see then it just breaks on the left side. I just don't. Whoever came up with the budget of 115,000, what solution did they have in mind? What did they think somebody was going to do to solve this? Because this seems like a reasonable approach. Maybe some of these can be woods. No, they can't. Well, some of them maybe can. Like, what did they think I was going to do differently to this in order to solve it? Okay, we run the budget. I don't know, it seems like Y2J did pretty well on this level. You're not anywhere in here. Well, I know I said I was going to try and get top 1% on every level, but I'm going to have to make an exception for this one. Yeah, of course changing that breaks that. Perfect sense, game. Perfect sense. I mean, yeah. I'm not saying I expect to get near the top. I'm saying that every other level in the game, if you just overbuild everything, you can usually succeed and stay within the budget. Like, the budgets are usually quite generous. This one seems to be quite tight. Yeah, I'm not seeing Y2J Twitch anywhere. Am I? Yeah, you're not my friend on Steam, so I can't use that. Oh well. Yeah, so bottom 13%. So everybody else who did this level found some easy way. Right, now that I've solved it, I can cheat and look in the solutions. Let's look at somebody. Yeah, somebody who solved it reasonably but just stayed within the budget. Okay, so this person. Okay, they didn't have two roads in the middle. That certainly saves a lot of money. So they. How did that work at the start though? Oh, and they still had. Yeah. Let's see. Right, yeah. So when the level starts, this bridge immediately drops directly on top of this forklift. And somehow, because it's got springs in, it survives. Yeah. Dropping things directly on top of vehicles. Which I guess means that makes it not tip up. And then, how do they solve the second one? Oh, the second one does tip up. Okay. Right, yeah, the second one gets stuck. And they solve that by just having a really solid bridge for it to land on. Okay. Yeah, I didn't consider that you could maybe have just one bridge in the middle. Which I suppose is what I did wrong. But yeah, that having one bridge in the middle means you have to drop this. You have to have the trapdoor for the second vehicle here instead of here. Which means it has to go where this vehicle is, like that. So they solved that by just dropping it on top of the vehicle. That was quite a clever solution. Let's look at another solution. Yeah, this is more like what I did. Okay. So the way this person solved it was, well, the way they got it cheaper than I did was they've only got one. I don't know how well you can see this on stream. They've only got one piece of road to serve as both trapdoors, and then the vehicles like knock the whole thing back and forth like that. That's quite a clever solution. Yes, sorry Y2J, I realise the entire time you've been here I've been solving just one level. I'm probably going to end soon myself. Thank you very much for being here. And yeah, I think your solution is still cheaper than mine on this level, so congratulations for getting that done with no foundations, ropes, wood, or springs or cables. Right, I did promise Dustin that I would play Wordle, so while Dustin's still here, we're going to take a brief detour from Polybridge to something that is completely not Polybridge at all. Wordle. Yeah, Dustin, so I have a viewer redemption thing on my stream. People can choose a game to play. Dustin chose Wordle. And I already played Wordle once, but spending 3,000 channel points to just play Wordle once seems a bit harsh. So we're going to play it again. Let us change the capture to this. Wordle. Right, yeah. I think didn't I do like this as the first word last time, which turned out quite well. It's turned out quite well this time as well. Turns out the word starts with AD. And then it doesn't have any other vowels in other than possibly O or another A. So I probably need to try O to make sure. Then I know if it's another O or an A or a Y or something. So I could do something like adorn, because that tries two common consonants as well. Okay, none of those. So it doesn't repeat an O. So it doesn't have an O, so it might repeat an A. So adapt to try two more and also confirm whether there's an A here. Oh, okay. We did the Wordle. I feel like I got lucky there. Well, I got really I like to start with ADIEU, and I just got lucky that today's word starts with AD. You tried adept instead of adapt. Yes, well, I'd ruled out the E, you see, so I didn't try adept. So I got it in 4. Okay. What were your first two words then? What do you tend to open with? Oh, tape here. Okay, yeah, so that checks A, I, T, and R. It seems odd to check P on your first move, but I suppose interesting word. Right, there was another Wordle clone that you wanted me to play, wasn't there? And I can't remember the name of it. Bandle. Oh, that was the music-based one. Yeah, I'm not doing that on stream because copyright. You've gotten a lot of 2s with tape here. Oh, okay. I suppose, yeah, if it's got a T and an A and an R in. It is, Dustin. All music is copyright. Royalty-free music you still have to have permission to use on stream. Remember, I got copyright claimed for playing the Catcam music on Woogles, which I have permission to use because I asked 14 Domino and he said yes, that should be fine. So, you know. Yeah, I'm not doing anything that involves playing music on stream other than in-game music that I've seen other people stream and not get copyright claimed, and my start music. Obviously, my start music I wrote myself, so if somebody copyright claims that, they're going to hear from my lawyers. I guess I don't have any lawyers. Right, let's return to. It's 3 hours. We can probably get one more Polybridge level in, and I'll do one more Wordle on another stream. Next time you're here, Dustin, I'll do Wordle one more time before I count your redeem as fully redeemed, because yeah, it's quite a. It was all of about a minute of gameplay this time. So we are back to Polybridge 3. Big streamers also split audio so their VODs don't get muted. Yeah, that's... The problem with that, T-Bago, is the rules aren't actually different for VODs and streams. You cannot play copyrighted music live either. It's just you're less likely to get caught if you only play it live and don't put it in your VOD. So the people who do that, T-Bago, are actually breaking terms of service. It's just nobody ever finds out. Because, yeah, Twitch mostly relies on an automated VOD music checking, like Content ID, like YouTube does. They don't run Content ID live, I guess, because it would be too much processing power to do that. You can't get copyright strike from 2 drums playing. You can get copyright strike from the cat cam music, which is literally just one note of a synth. So I won't put anything past them. Okay, I'm gonna do this one. I tried this one. You can see I made a start on this one off stream and then never finished. So I think it's probably about time I finish it. This car here has to get to this checkpoint. Then it turns around and drives to this flag. Play a music game while muted. Yes, sure that would be good. No, I'm afraid I do reserve the right to reject game suggestions, and I am rejecting that one, Dustin. I do apologise. I won't refund you your points because you suggested Wordle initially, and I have played Wordle, but I will play some more Wordle so that you get more value for your points. So the basic premise of this is make a jump in the middle that your vehicle can get across, and then when it gets to the other side, which it hasn't yet, the hydraulic here is going to raise this whole thing up, so when it comes back it jumps higher and reaches the flag. That's the plan. As you can see, it's not really working, and there's a limit to roads as well. I've put a little road here just to launch it, but then I've got 6 roads here and then I've got no more roads left, so like I can't have a catch here if I do this. It's actually got to make it from here, and it's got to make it it's got to make it to the other side as well. This is now landing further along. But I can't just get rid of these. These are needed because I need to get it up here. So, yeah, it's obviously a balance of what I need to do that I haven't found yet. So I tried moving that back. So even though I'm limited on roads, I'm only using half a road here, which sounds wrong. But yeah, I think I just need a better curve to this part. And not to break, of course, because this is quite a hard landing. Maybe I just have the whole thing higher up. I've already reinforced this joint, as you can see. We need every road to be full length to make maximum use of them. probably want the hydraulic to be full length as well for the same reason. But then I need to consider that the vehicle does need to make it over this first road. Okay, which it just barely does. Okay, does it make it? Okay, it makes it there. So then this goes and raises the whole thing up. And then the hope is that then it works. And yeah, so far I've repeatedly fallen short. This can probably be better angled like that. Because it obviously it goes higher once the hydraulic moves. I could also make the hydraulic into like a diamond thing and make it go further. Okay, that just breaks now. Where is it landing? It's landing right in the middle again. Yeah, so I probably need to lift this up sooner. Okay, that was pretty smooth and it still didn't get there. I have a little bit of length in these roads left. But not much. Would think you Scrabblers would be more into like octordal. What is octordal? Okay, octordal is just you've got to solve 8 Wordles simultaneously. Yeah, I'm not such a fan of that sort of thing. I'll try it if somebody requests it, but yeah. It requires solving things at that sort of level is more like you've got to have memorised the list of possible Wordle solutions, because Wordle doesn't operate off, like, it's not the same dictionary as Scrabble or anything like that. There's a list of about 2,000 words that are possible Wordle solutions, which is actually hard-coded into the Wordle game, so you can just view source on Wordle and see the solution if you want to. So it's basically an exercise in memorising that list and then realising which word it's headed for. So I don't find that quite as fun. Okay, this is now hitting the middle again. I need to just barely clear this first road, I think. And then come back. Okay, yeah, this angle is now too steep, I think. I'm sure there are Scrabblers who do things like octordal. It's a reasonable suggestion, T-Bag. I'm not trying to, say your suggestion is bad. Just it doesn't appeal to me. This is very close. If I had one more road, I could solve it by just making a catching road here, but this is all the roads I have. Hello, XJanCL, and thank you for the Polybridge joke. It just needs a little more height. Maybe if I just raise this entire thing up, then it will work. Let's try that. Oh, no, that's too high. Now it's not working on this side. Yeah, it's just failing to hit that. Yes, thank you, XGen. If I had a laugh track sound effect on here, I would be playing it right now, or maybe a badumch effect. Okay, we just solved this level without the bridge breaking. Top 31%. Okay, so a bit of a contrast from the last one. This is actually a reasonably good solution. What's the cheapest? 14,000. Okay, so only twice the cheapest solution instead of like 10 times the cheapest solution. And looks fairly easy to optimize. You would be mostly replacing this steel with wood. I might just do a little bit of optimization. When I was doing the easier levels, after I solved them, I then sort of spent a little bit of time to try and get them to work with just like in the top 10% or something. I had sort of been abandoning that for these hard ones. Let's give it a go. Need another piece here. So this is definitely not going to work because it won't be strong enough. But if I do this and then reinforce the parts that break, that might get us there. Don't think that's actually going to work. Okay, let's try that and see what breaks. Okay, that. I don't have the option of reinforcing things with just road instead of steel because I've used all my roads. I only have 7 to use on the level. I've used all 7. Okay, works in that direction. Let's see what happens when it comes back the other way. Okay, it makes it, but we did have one break. Let's see if we can do it without the break. Well, that's annoying. It didn't make it. Can we just very slightly tweak this and have it make it? No is the answer to that. That was worse. Let's try tweaking it the other way then. Okay, we had another break. Okay, that worked. Is that top 10%? Top 6%. Okay, yes. So we've achieved that. The problem with these later levels is few enough people have solved them that getting top 1% means getting like top 10, which brings you into the realm of people who've actually seriously optimized it. So top 1% on the later levels is a lot harder than top 1% earlier on, where you've got all the casual players below you to sort of make the percentages sound better. But yeah, 24,000, and then most of the top solutions are like 23, 22, 21, 20, and then yeah. Only these these very top, I can't see the number one. Yeah, these top few just got it below 20. I'll play this one a bit more. I'm probably not going to start another level now because these are taking like half an hour each, and we're already 3 hours in. So I might just play this one a bit and see if I can, if I can get rid of that break, for example. That would be helpful. Yes. See how cheap we can get this one. Go back to me. 73rd. Save a bit of money here. Hello, how into birds? Sorry, the raid noise didn't happen. I don't understand why my alerts are not making noise sometimes. They are configured to make noise. When I test them, they make noise. If I select replay alert, it will make a noise. It just sometimes it doesn't make the noise when it happens. Welcome raiders, thank you Herent Birds for raiding with your party of 7 and for choosing me as your raid target. I am playing Polybridge. Most of you probably already know me, but my name is Emma. I stream puzzle games and in particular Scrabble, which might appeal to you if you're a follower of Herent Birds. My Scrabble streams start at 3 PM Eastern Time every Saturday and run for a good 5 or 6 hours, so you can catch me any time in the evening if you're an American. My Friday and Sunday puzzle game streams also start at 3 PM. I'm currently playing Dwarf Mounting and Void Stranger on Fridays. My Sunday slot I'm playing Polybridge. This might be my last Polybridge stream, or I might do one more because I'm getting close to the end of the campaign. But we're doing pretty well. We've got through several campaign levels. Matcha Catcher says, have I made any progress? The answer is yes. I got very stuck on on this level. I was stuck there for about an hour and a half, but I have now finished 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I finished half of the last campaign world, I guess you could say. Gertrude, you didn't even pop in to see my elf outfit. Yes, I do apologise, Herent Birds. I'm afraid I don't I don't dress up in fancy costumes to the extent that Herent Birds does. I do apologise. Yes, our stream times sort of overlap at the moment. I think you go live at 7 my time and I go live at 8. I've pushed my stream earlier to try and make it more reasonable both for myself and for any European viewers. So I don't get much chance to catch your stream, and I do apologise for that. I was kind of busy in the run up to it. I will try and drop in next week. Let's see your dress. Okay, yes. I need to have a redemption for this. There is a Blaha redeem that makes me get up and go and fetch it, which I suppose indirectly lets you see what I'm wearing. But since Heidi has asked... Hello? There's my dress. I don't have one of those wide belts that Heidi loves wearing. I do have one, which I wear sometimes now. Thank you, Herent Birds and Matcha and LT Bugger for your compliments. It is quite comfy. Yes, it's a little bit tight round here, but that's not too bad. My upper body, unfortunately, is not built like like dresses are not designed for this shape. Hello, Rivsy, raiding me with a party of 4 viewers and then immediately following. I haven't even seen any of my content yet, but you're already convinced it's great, and I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. We are playing Polybridge. I just I had to take a brief detour from Polybridge because somebody wanted to see the outfit I was wearing. Hello, Ripsy. You were here with a raid from Ophelia the other day. Okay, so you've already seen my content. Thank you. Clearly you think it's good enough. Not only good enough to follow, but good enough to raid. Hello, Flint Stride and Cassie7 coming in with the raid there. No problem, Herentbird. Yes, raiding and running is the standard here on Twitch. Enjoy your meal. For those of you just joining me, first of all, make sure to follow Rivsy. Thanks, T-Boga, for doing the shout out. Secondly, my name is Emma. I stream puzzle games and board games, especially Scrabble. I have a big Scrabble stream that starts at 3 PM Eastern Time every Saturday and runs for 5 or 6 hours. During that time, viewers can challenge me to games. On Fridays and Sundays, I stream puzzle games. Currently on Fridays, I'm playing Void Stranger and Dwarf Romantic. And on Sundays, I'm playing Polybridge. Although we are getting towards the end of the Polybridge campaign, so this might be the last stream, or maybe second to last stream. In which case, another puzzle game will be coming up. All my streams start around 3 PM Eastern Time. That's 8 PM in the UK, 9 PM in Europe. And if you're on the West Coast, then about lunchtime. All of that sounds so fun, says Flint Stride. Yes, I'm always looking for more people to join me in a game of Scrabble on Saturdays. So if you're around at that time, that's great. If you've come to me through Ophelia, you probably already know Dwarf Romantic. It's a very relaxing puzzle game. I managed to get first place in this month's monthly challenge last stream, but it was the first of the month, so I'm sure other people will be vying for that spot. If you haven't seen Polybridge before, it's a game about building bridges. The first few levels start you off fairly easily. They just give you a vehicle on one side, a flag on the other side, and you have to build a bridge between them. Later levels get a bit more complicated and start introducing wacky things like jumps and loop-de-loops and multiple vehicles. And the campaign consists of several worlds, and I've beaten every single world apart from this last Forgotten Realm world, which is the most difficult. I had a lot of trouble today on this level, and you can watch the VOD back if you want to see my pain. But I've just completed this one, which is a jump level. You have a vehicle that has to jump between this middle bit and the sides. And I'm actually, right now I'm working on optimization. So there's sort of two parts to this game. You complete the level, you achieve the objective, you get the vehicle across. But you also have a budget. In this case I have a budget of $75,000 and I've spent $23,300. And there's a leaderboard for who can build the cheapest bridge that solves the level. And I'm currently 70th on the leaderboard, and the game is very sophisticated here. It will give you a little graph of everyone's solutions and tell you that your solution is in the top 5% of all solutions. And then, yeah, my goal, if I can manage it, is to get in the top 1% on every level. Some levels that might be a bit difficult. So I'm currently seeing, can I make this level any cheaper? Yeah, my Friday and Sunday streams tend to run for about 3 to 4 hours, so we are coming towards the end of this one. But I'll stretch it out a bit longer now that we've had 2 raids come in very quick succession, just to give people an idea of what's going on. Ophelia only raids the coolest and most amazing people. Well, I don't know why you raided me then. No, yes, Ophelia. I agree, Ophelia. I think you are very careful with your choice of raid target. I do sometimes fall into the trap of just raiding any random person who's playing the same game as me, which isn't always the best idea. It's good to research your potential raid targets. And know who has the same sort of vibe as you. Can I get this down to being wood? Yes. Potentially, unless it breaks now. It broke now, okay. I still completed the level because the vehicle got to the other side, even though the bridge broke. But this little badge here, complete level under budget and unbreaking. Yeah, you're supposed to complete it without your bridge breaking. You get a achievement if you manage to do all levels without breaking them. And if your level has a break-in, the leaderboard puts a little asterisk by your solution to say, this one doesn't really count because it broke, and you can see a few other people have got that. So I would really like it to not break, if I can possibly help it. Video done that too, but so far they've been pretty cool. Yeah, that's true. I raided Y2J Twitch just because they were streaming Polybridge. They turned out to be really cool. It turned out I'd already watched a YouTube video of theirs and didn't realise it. Okay, this is actually cheaper than my unbreaking solution. There we go. Okay. This is where the leaderboard gets quite complicated, because if you have a solution that breaks and a solution that doesn't, then there's a leaderboard for all solutions including breaks, and there's another leaderboard for non-breaking solutions. So I'm either 36th or 39th, depending on who you ask. There's also a leaderboard for completing the bridge with the lowest stress of the materials involved. Being good at this aspect of the game is a whole different dimension. Like, you have to build your solutions completely differently to make them the materials not get stressed. So I haven't even been considering that at the moment. I've just been sticking to getting it as cheap as possible. But it's another thing that adds longevity to the game. So you can go back and do that when you've completed everything else. That broke that time. When you run the simulation, obviously you see the bridge. If you click this button here, rather than showing you the materials, it shows you green, orange or red, and the more stressed the materials get, the more red they turn. And if they get too stressed, they break. So you want to keep it green and not let it get too orange or red. That is the secret to success. Okay, that time it went a bit red, but it didn't break. So I think that's my new cheapest. It's my new cheapest unbreaking. I haven't beaten the solution that broke yet. So it's just going back and forth, tweaking bits of the design, seeing can that be a wood instead of a steel. The materials you get to build with, these black lines are roads. Meaning that the vehicle can drive on them. These orangey yellow things are wood and the red things are steel. These just support the bridge, but the steel is stronger than the wood, but also more expensive. And then this blue line is a hydraulic arm, and what that does is it actually changes shape. It will get longer or shorter and move the whole bridge. And the reason I'm doing that in this level is the car starts down here, and then, I want it to end up here at this flag. So I have to lift the whole bridge up to make it able to get up there. There's also these are ropes and cables which you can use on your designs as well, but I didn't need to this time. Can I? Yeah, the roads are limited. Sorry, roads, but also wood, limited to being only 2 meters long. So I can't make this piece any longer than this. This is the longest it can be, and then I have to have another piece. So trying to use as few pieces as possible is obviously a good way to save money. Let's move this up. Yeah, I just can't quite reach this piece from here to here. I wonder if I can move the road lower. Problem with moving the road lower is it changes the shape of the ramp. So I need to make sure the car can actually still get to the end. It can, but it breaks. It breaks a lot. Yeah, this design is not as good as the other design because all sorts of pieces are breaking, and if I reinforce those pieces to not break, it's going to make it more expensive. So I can, at any time, I can reload my cheapest solution, which is a good feature. Can this be higher? That breaks. Still breaks. Okay, I think that's cheaper. Oh. Yes. Half the fun of this level is watching the bridges fail and vehicles plummet to their demise. This one got lucky, he just did a wheelie out of shot. Make this taller. There we go. Oh, Flint says, I played something like this in an engineering class once. Yes, this seems like, especially if you're doing structural engineering, it would be a good way to get you introduced to the concepts. Although, you'll be relieved to know this is not how they design bridges in real life. They don't just build what they think is right, have a car drive over it and see if it survives or not. Which is what we're doing here. Many vehicles were harmed in the making of this bridge. If I do this like this, see that this is more expensive than this because these wood pieces are shorter if I do it like that. Yeah, there we go. So that saved about $100, and it's just, there's an iterative process. Climbing the leaderboards is really just an iterative process of taking a working solution and thinking, what can I change about this to make it slightly cheaper? And does the bridge still work after I've changed that thing? Sometimes the answer is yes, and sometimes the answer is no. Yes, many, well, it's true. Especially towards the start. Not so much now, but to the start when I didn't know, you know, how big this jump needed to be. You tended to get this sort of thing happening. Life is not good for this car right now. Yeah, and that counts as a level failure. If the vehicles drown, that counts as a failure. It's just taking a path. Exactly. So if I curve this side of the bridge inwards slightly, I mean, I use the term bridge very loosely. You'll already notice that rather than building all the way across, the cheapest thing is to have a jump, and then you only have to build part of it. Car went blub blub blub. Exactly, that's what happened. A very precisely constructed jump so that the vehicle is driving at exactly the right speed to just barely make it to the other side. Again, this would be terrifying to use in real life. If you just slowed down even slightly, you wouldn't make it. Okay, I think that can be just one piece of wood now, which is cheaper than what I was doing before. Yeah, this is like $100 cheaper, but it doesn't work. It's all very well being cheaper, but it doesn't work. Yeah, I might need this piece, and then it's more expensive again. Can I get just one piece here? No, I can't. How about if I do that? And that collapses. Maybe I put something here instead? Reminds you of World of Goo, but with less goo. Yes, so I did play World of Goo many, many years ago. I think when it released, which was, oh dear, I'm old. Yes, that also involved building structures. This game has been around for a while. As the name suggests, it's the third in a series. There was Polybridge, and then there was Polybridge 2. And I think the original Polybridge was probably about 6 or 7 years ago it came out. And they're all variations on a theme, but the later games obviously have different levels. But they also introduced new materials to build with. Like some of the levels in this game have springs that you can use in your bridge, things like that. But yes, the basic premise of a bridge building simulator has been around for a while. Polybridge was not the first of its type either. I can't remember what the other one was called, but I remember playing one many, many years ago, even before this. If I put a piece of steel here, is that expensive? It is. Okay, let's go back to putting an X here. See if I can get this to work. Not quite. World of Goo was 2008. Yes. That was a long time ago. I did play it. I wonder if it still works on modern PCs, because I could always revisit it if it does. I think it was on Steam. Okay, that was actually $20 more expensive than my previous solution, so I didn't save any money. But I might be able to save money here with a bit of tweaking. You still have it on Steam? Okay, I might check that out again at some point. Okay, for those of you who didn't see that, let's just replay the vehicle's unfortunate incident here. Didn't quite have enough speed to make the jump. Yeah. So why did it not have enough speed to make the jump? Because I didn't move the jump. What went wrong here? Did it land awkwardly? Not really. Okay. Maybe this just needs tweaking a little bit. Make it a bit less awkward. Not break. Yeah, there's. Let's go back to the solution. So saving money on this, it's like you start off, there's diminishing returns. You start off making big progress in making the solution cheaper. And then as you get towards the top of the leaderboard, it gets harder and harder and harder to make the solution cheaper, until you end up in this sort of situation where any saving becomes very difficult. Okay, that worked. I think I'll probably say that's as far as I'm going to push that one. Well, I've got some different people here who didn't see the first part of the stream. I'll just show off. The game gives you a summary of all the leaderboards and your scores on each one. There are a couple of levels where I've actually managed to get the #1 cheapest solution in the game. There were quite a few, but I've been beaten on many of them. But I think, yeah, there's still 3. This one is quite fun. That's this one here. You have these 2 giant wheels, and you have to build a bridge on top of the wheels, and then this vehicle will roll the bridge into place underneath this gap, so that this little moped can use it to get across. You also have to build a bridge for the excavator to drive on. And yeah, this solution is $700 cheaper than anyone else has managed, so I'm quite proud of that one. It's basically how thin and flimsy can you make this before it doesn't work anymore. Yes, Magic Catcher, you didn't see the optimization because I did that off stream, but you saw me do the initial building of it. And yeah, this is really, really well optimized. Like if I just move this a tiny bit, it breaks. So that's sort of what the pushing it to the limit looks like. But then there's other levels where I've just completed it and then called that good enough, and my solutions are not quite so good. How does it... Oh, hello, Noob Skills. Welcome in. How does it determine how much weight it can support? So each material in the game has a certain strength. If I just head back into this level, these wood pieces, there is a certain amount of force that they can tolerate, and if the force on it exceeds that force, then it snaps. Steel is stronger than wood. Hydraulics are even stronger. Road, I think, is stronger than wood, but less strong than steel. Basically, the game just runs a physics simulation. So the vehicle starts moving. Yeah, the vehicle itself has a weight, and then, yeah, you can see the red means the joint is more stressed, and the green means it's less stressed. And if it gets too stressed, it breaks. So yeah, the vehicle, it will actually tell you the weight here. The vehicle weighs 3.5 pg. Pg just stands for polygrammes, which is a unit of weight that this game uses for some reason instead of kilograms or whatever. So this weighs 3.5. The pieces of the bridge have a weight as well, like these 0.16. The steel, as you can see, is heavier, 0.35. The roads are really heavy. These are 1 polygram each. Hydraulic is quite heavy, 0.91. Does it count if the bridge breaks but they still make it? So we were actually just going through that, sort of. So let me just get the leaderboard up. So obviously, again, you've got a budget in this game. I don't know if you call this bit Noob Skills. So I have $75,000 to spend on this bridge. I've spent $20,000, so it's under budget. In order to beat the campaign, you have to complete every level under budget and without the bridge breaking. If you just complete it but you go over budget or it breaks, it sort of counts, but you don't get all 3 of these badges. In fact, there's a level here. This level, I haven't completed it without breaking yet, so I haven't 100%ed this world, I guess. But then also on the leaderboard, if your bridge breaks, you get a little asterisk next to you on the leaderboard to sort of say, well, this solution doesn't really count because the bridge broke. And there's actually a whole separate leaderboard for cheapest unbreaking solution. So, like this entry here, this number 3 spot, it's 3rd on the overall leaderboard, but it's not on the unbreaking leaderboard. So yeah, the answer is sort of. So sometimes the most amusing designs can be the designs where the bridge breaks but the vehicle still makes it. But if you're trying to get a good position on the leaderboard, you want to be aiming for a bridge that survives intact. Yeah, and I'm probably not going to start another campaign level because this is the secret world. This is the last levels. They're rather difficult. They're taking me about an hour to an hour and a half to beat. What are clips of someone using? Yes, so not so much in this game, not so much in Polybridge 3, but in Polybridge 1 and 2, especially 1, there were a lot of physics glitches. And one thing in particular you could do, which again, you can't do it in this level anymore, in this game, but you could build one piece of road, like here, and then start the simulation. The road would fall down, smack this guy in the head with such force that he'd be flung across the gap, and you wouldn't have to build a bridge at all. And then your budget would just be the cost of that one piece of road. And in Polybridge 1, a lot of the top solutions looked like that, and to a lesser extent also in Polybridge 2. In 3, they've sort of tried to patch the physics engine so that can't happen. But yeah, inevitably the top solutions on the leaderboard are often going to involve glitches. I mean, I have a top solution on this leaderboard that doesn't involve glitches, it's just cheap. This is currently the number 1 solution to this level by about $700. But something I should clarify is about 2 weeks ago they released a patch for this game to update the physics to make some glitches impossible or more difficult. And they wiped the top of the leaderboards when they did that. So there used to be a lot of much cheaper solutions that got deleted. So it might just be a case of the people with good solutions haven't come back to this level and replayed it yet. But I'll take the number 1 spot for now while I've got it. But yeah, since I'll go till 4 hours. I usually do between 3 and 4 hours on these Sunday streams. Since we got a couple of raids, I'll show a bit more content. So I think I'll go back and try to optimize some of my earlier solutions that I haven't optimized yet. These ones are bad, but these ones involve springs, and making anything work with springs is difficult. This one is... This shows you one of the applications for springs. The only place you can build this bridge is on these supports here, but these supports move, and your whole bridge wobbles back and forth. By using springs, you can avoid... Okay, that card didn't even make it. But by using springs, you can avoid having your entire bridge break apart. So yeah, this is my best solution so far, but it's not very good. Actually, yeah, this was my best solution. It's not very good. It was basically spam springs until it worked. But yeah, okay, yeah. So the card does make it in my working solution. And yeah, that was a little further down the leaderboard, bottom 38% of solutions. So let me see if I can do this a bit cheaper. Restriction you have on this level, one of the reasons that I've used so many springs, you're actually limited in what pieces you can use. You can only use 9 roads, 8 pieces of steel, and then as many springs as you like. So I've used all the roads, all but one of the steel pieces, and then yeah, I've kind of had to use springs after that. I'm wondering about a slightly different approach to this. We just put the roads back in. If this doesn't work, then I'll try it for about 20 minutes and then I'll end stream, just so people can see some gameplay. So that's as much road as you can use, and you sort of rely on the vehicle being able to jump a little bit to make it to the end. Let's actually shift all these along. I'm wondering if I do a sort of zigzag of springs like this, whether this would work out cheaper. Cost? Yes, so cost depends on each material. So road costs $300 per meter, steel $450 per meter, springs $330 per meter. Wood is $180. So wood is the cheapest, but it's not available in this level. So yes, as you build a piece, then that piece gets longer, you get more. That's, yeah, 990 for a full length piece. So yeah, you want to minimize the length of the pieces, not just the number of pieces. But because the pieces have a certain fixed length, like this is as long as you can make a piece of spring. So minimizing the number of pieces is also like good, because that's going to help minimize the cost. Because if I have like lots and lots of springs like this, I don't just have to pay for these springs. I would have to support between each of these springs so that they didn't just buckle at the joins. So yeah, you're trying to save on number of pieces and cost of pieces, really. I was wondering if I just do something like this. Does this work out cheaper than what I was doing? What was I doing? Yeah, 48,000. Once I've attached these, is this going to be more or less than 48,000? Need to have this be long enough that it actually reaches. Okay, that is cheaper. It probably doesn't work. Yeah, see, this is what you want to avoid, is the whole thing just falls over. wonder if I can make these segments wider, I can maybe use fewer springs to create them. And then, yeah, if I do that, if I save money on this level, I can spend the money on the bottom level to make it stronger. Because at the moment, the bottom level is just a few springs and it's obviously falling apart. If we do that instead, and then possibly the same thing here. This saves like 2 springs compared to the design I had before on this top section. So yeah, I just want to stay under 48,000 in order for it to be better. If I don't stay under 48,000, that means I don't improve on my previous design, so there's no point. But yeah, this is where the maximum length of the spring starts to come into play. I want to connect this joint to this joint. If I want to do it like this, I have to use 2 pieces, and I have to have a third piece to sort of stabilize it. But I would really like to reach in 1 piece, which, there we go. It's obviously going to be cheaper. And I think I need another spring here to stop it wobbling. So, oops. Let's do that. Right, is that stable enough now to not just fall over? Okay, didn't fall over. You may notice the car didn't even make it onto the bridge. Let's make it easier for the car to gain access. Let's start. Ooh, no, got to make it even easier than that. The problem is these are all spinning at different rates, so the bouncing of the bridge is actually very unpredictable. And this car is not having a good time. But it made it. Okay, so yeah, we actually improved our solution slightly. We're now top 47%, which is a generous way of saying your design is pretty much average. Pretty much bang in the middle. Let's see if we can go further. It's occurred to me that it is cheaper. The lower these roads are, the cheaper the design is, because the springs are shorter. It has to make it onto this ledge at the end, but that just means that this end has to be high up. It doesn't have to be high up in the middle. So I'm wondering if I just lower everything down, whether that will work. Like this. And the answer is apparently no. We haven't technically failed the level yet, but I can't see this guy making it out of here. Oh, hang on. Is he going to turn over? No. Oh, hang on. He flipped over. He flipped over. Because this could still work. Oh, now he's flipped over again. Oh, hang on. Oh. Well, that was anticlimactic. Okay, yeah, I think this top layer was a bit flimsy now. I'm going to move this down. These triangles were a bit flat, so they were buckling as the bridge moved. So I'll do that. Yeah, that was more dramatic than I expected it to be. Oh, doing a nose stand here. If you could, yeah, just drive forward, please. Okay, that was unexpectedly acrobatic. Yeah, but it didn't even make it. Okay, I'm going to watch that back again because that was epic. Like, you couldn't make it do that if you tried. Yeah, the guy driving is not having a good time. I wonder if I can just make this end piece taller. And like, as long as we get to here, and then we can just sort of drop down onto the end. Okay, yeah. It will bounce differently now because we changed the shape of the bridge. Nope, that didn't work. Let's go even higher. If we get it high enough, then it should just be able to like drop down onto the road. Surely that would work. No, okay. I think the problem is the higher we go, the further back we have to go as well because the length of the roads are fixed. Maybe as a compromise we can just sort of ramp it up gradually. Can we actually... How far does it go at the start? Oh, it doesn't... Yeah, it jumps over this first part. We could like start it here and it would still make it on. Yeah, there we are. Right, so within that extra length that we've saved, because we've only got a fixed number of roads, I can't just extend it by adding more roads. So the length of road we saved at that end, we can use at this end to make it longer. That might actually be enough. Let's sort this out in the middle. Try and get this reasonably straight. Let's try that again. Yeah, so it makes it on and then... Oh. Okay, the entire bridge sort of crumbled there. Yeah, now that I've moved the roads along, I actually need to rethink how these connections are made. So that it doesn't just buckle once again. Something like that. No stand into backflip into jump off into water, exactly. Into get wedged between the bridge and the platform. That's not a good way to end. This piece actually needs to go like that. That makes much more sense. Yeah, now we can make that even longer. Right, surely you can make this. Like, it's basically there. Nope. Okay, this keeps folding in on itself. I think this needs to be better supported. Is this still cheaper? Okay, this is still cheaper than what we did before. Right when the vehicle gets there, this bit fails and folds in on itself. Let's try that. Nope. It's like it's there right until it isn't. Time for dinner? Okay, no problem, FC. Thanks for dropping by. I am going to end the stream very soon. We're coming up to 4 hours. But yeah, I'm invested in this now. I want this car to make it. I'm determined to find something that works. It just needs to be a bit slower. It just needs to hit, yeah, it needs to hit this bit while it's moving upwards rather than while it's moving downwards. Let's try stretching it out a bit more. If it gets here while this is high, then it'll make it. If it gets there while it's low, okay, with a little nudge from the bridge at the end there, it made it. Okay, okay, so I climbed from top 47% to top 44. I'm going to watch that back again. Let's turn off stress view. Let's go in here. Let's look at it in slow motion. Oh yeah, you can speed up or slow down the playback as well. So yeah, it looks like it's going to make it, and then suddenly the bridge disappears. But then it comes back and it gives it a little nudge, just gets it up there, and then boop. And there we go. Let me help you out with that. Okay. I almost don't want to improve this further, but I think it can be improved further, so I'm going to. Thank you for the flowers, Machikatja. Can we maybe make this a bit steeper again? See how that does. Oh. Right, we've now managed to engineer it so it doesn't actually make it on at the start, so that's not a good sign. There we go. Oops. Let me slow it down again as well. See what's going on. Okay. End quite so well. How close is it when it enters? we got any space to work with? We might actually be able to steal a bit more space here and still have it work. Yeah, that still makes it on. I just want to make it longer at the other end. I'll also, while I'm here, let's dip this down a bit more to save even more money. Okay. If we basically make this like stretch all the way to the platform, surely it will make it. It just needs to wave up and down slightly less. If I do that, is that cheaper? Okay, it is still slightly cheaper. It should, yeah, this should flop slightly less now. I mean, it's still flopping quite a lot, but this is not good. It's just about the timing, really. It needs to get there while it's not, while it's on an upswing rather than a downswing. It needs to get there. See if I can make this out of just one spring. That might help. That gives me a bit of money to work with, and I can make this higher again. Nope. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I have got 8 pieces of steel, which I'm not using any steel in this design at the moment at all. If I make this out of steel, it won't flex as much. Yeah, maybe we can get it to always stay... Okay, ignore the vehicle dying at the start there. Maybe we can get this to always stay high enough that it works. And then... Now you're not working for some reason. Okay, we're back to nose stands. It is slowly moving along the bridge here. It's getting bounced from left to right on its roof. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Look, see, with this steel, that means this piece is always above the ledge, so it will always make it. Okay, that's actually more expensive than my previous solution, but I want to use this as a starting point. I wonder if... Do we actually need 3 pieces of steel, or 1 or 2? How many do we need? Yeah, 1 isn't enough. We kind of need 2 here. But steel is expensive. Need to get below 44605. We've just come up to 4 hours, so I'll give this a few more tries. If it doesn't work, we'll end stream. But yeah, this is a fun level to end on, because crazy backflipping car. Backflip. Well, actually, it was a front flip, and then there we go. We made it. And that's still more expensive, but it looked like it actually didn't need the last little bit of the support there. So. Never mind. Moving that changed the dynamics of the whole bridge so that it failed. Let's move that in a bit. See if that helps. There we go. That worked. And that was cheaper. Okay, let's call that a good place to end it. I still have more work to do if I want to have a good score on here. It's only 42%. Right, thank you everybody for coming to the stream. Thank you in particular to Herenta Birds and Rivsy for their raids. And also Flintstride for following. I will be back on Friday, starting around 3 PM Eastern, probably bringing you a bit of Dwarf Romantic, and then moving into Void Stranger. Just a reminder for my long-term viewers, you can request games for me to play. If there is a puzzle game you'd particularly like to see, there is a Channel Point Redemption. Void Stranger was a viewer request from LT Bago. I will also be back on Saturday, same time, with Scrabble and I might be able to cram in one more Polybridge stream because I've still got 5 levels left to do here, but if I end up doing these off stream, it will be a new game next week, so be sure to drop by to find out what that is. Thank you for the emotes. Here is my raid message, and let's find somebody to raid. I am open to suggestions if there's somebody you would particularly like to see. We do have Jacobo the Chocobo is currently streaming Scrabble, which is another game that I play. So I think maybe they would be the best choice. I am... Most of my community is Scrabble based, apart from it's either Scrabble based or it's Ophelia and her stream. People who've come in through her stream, I think. Thank you very much, Ophelia. Ophelia's actually made it to the end of one of my streams. It is 1 AM for her, so yes. Have a good night to yourself as well, Ophelia. And let's get this raid going. Night, Ophelia, and Noob Skills as well. And bye for now.